Happy Face ouches. It's closed. Adonai Elohim Malacham Asher Kedushan Abednego Tzivanu Asif Laha Omer. Blessed are you, our King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments, who commanded us concerning the timing of the Omer. Today is one day of the Omer. May the one restore the service of the day in Migdash in its faith version of May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the day in our days unknown. The choir master, a song of instrumental music, a song, may God be gracious to us and bless us, may he make his countenance shine upon us forever, that your way be known on earth, your salvation among all nations. The nations will extol you, O God, all the nations will extol you. The nations will rejoice and sing for you. The nations will rejoice and sing for joy, for you will judge the peoples justly and guide the nations on earth forever. The peoples will extol you, O God, all the peoples will extol you. For the earth will have yielded its produce, and God, our God, will bless us. God will bless us and all from the farthest corners of the earth, and all from the farthest corners of the earth shall fear him. We implore you, by the great power of your right hand, release the captive, accept the prayer of your people, strengthen us, purify us, awesome one, mighty one, we beseech you, God, as the apple of the eye, who seek your oneness, bless them, cleanse them, your merciful righteousness, powerful Holy One, in your abounding goodness, guide your only exalted one, turn to people who are mindful of your holiness, accept our supplication and hear our cry. Good God, blessed be the name, the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. Master of the universe, commanded Moshe, your servant, to count Omer, in order to purify us from our evil and your Torah. You shall yourselves from the day following the day of rest, from the day on which you Omer as a wave offering. The counting shall be sevenfold until the following the Sabbath shall you count 50 days, so that the souls of your people Israel may be cleansed from their defilement. Therefore may it be your will, Hashem, our God, and God, the blemish that I have caused in the Sephirah Chesed be recited, that I may be purified at holiness. May abundant worlds it rectify our nefesh, ruach, and shema from every base, and may it purify and sanctify us with your eternal holiness. Amen. That's tight, baby. Really? Yeah. Go early, but we'll go. Who the fuck knows? Alright, are you done? No, they need to make some changes in that. The L word, hyphen, the G word, are just. Are you done though? My eyes hurt. They're like four liquid going blind, unfortunately. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Eve, Chava, 3631, son of Adam was born. Elevation, But this is the Missouri we live by. That's tight, guys. Now everything sucks though. 97 days a week. Bitch.
Let me express my these lectures to reach a larger
Kabbalah.
So, if you want
Athleticism.
entering the garden Kabbalah over the next few weeks, or find these episodes after autumn of 20 watch the and you can find that list. If you find this series and other content on topic of priority topics in my Patreon, you consider it Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say Kabbalah, and at the time, right? And Kabbalah, right? Still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah in the time common era. That's right. That you want to get a anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit of the lay of the land. This is of this class. Doing things like defining a certain everybody will disagree with you, that things and stuff. So I just say I'm going to define mysticism. It's like putting a target. But define it is as a non-rational mode which one experiences traditions and experiences. So I would say call someone, for instance, studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learn fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to what they learn, and that puts you in the tradition of those who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition in Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. Those intellectual mystics are those saying, look, guys, I think doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that Jews perceive that name perceive that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes, the 12 tribes, so any of the prophetic Israelite society at that time were also experienced theophany. That is to them, Rabbbi use, sometimes those ones are referred to as seers. We got anything from them, and those we typically refer to as the prophets. The most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites, and to Moses, clearly some information, but I'm relatively confident that the prophets Isaiah and Joel did have some kind of in that encounter. They recorded in literature of Isaiah and Ezekiel. The idea that now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist or didn't. It's about what we have evidence for. And we just believe that. But we have pretty good evidence to believe the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were in fact recorded. Prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which all things being equal sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers. Always gonna kill you all. I'm like, I'm not calling something. I don't want to live anywhere near prophets. So Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free, like actually very temporally into the ancient Israelite context. And so we actually know a great deal about those other ancient Near East prophets were granted because they kind of seem crazy. And if they seem to you, they seem kind of crazy people back then too, right? Yeah, just because you see Jesus in your toes doesn't mean Jesus is in your toes. You might need help. And so many people and so this was an idea, and so we see what their prophecy. Or duels between prophets with prophets are actually telling truth. Video game it's a fighting game with prophecy. And what brings prophecy to an end and what sets us up for a transition to the night is happens in the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known, and gives them a large family, and its entire state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right, and your vassal, the person who testifies your vassal relationship gets defeated, well, it's the end of that. And so, I don't know, investor, well, you got the event. You have no longer a relationship with old gods. It's going to come on their hands. The pretty common problem on their hand is we predicated an entire on one system, and it didn't work. He didn't, what now, right? With your former landlord. And so, what's going to happen is that prophecy, the people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity is going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalypse. Pop quiz. But you know this is coming. So the pop quiz. This is a trick question because does anyone here know, and try to put it in the chat, where Tanakh, the Hanukkah story? I should say they're not. That's the answer that's the less wrong answer. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually taking place? And the time, not like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in the Hebrew Bible and Testament, as you may know it. You ask me, Dan, what? So you are in time. was probably the least Bible scholar, the book of Daniel, are encoded in a elaborate system of symbols. The story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, the civil war between his generals that led to the empires of the Ptolemies and the Seleucids. Also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion are described using coded language in the book of Daniel. If you've never read the book of Daniel, it's one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that has extensive sections, like chapters 7 through 12, elaborate system of symbols that describe all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting section of the book of Daniel is the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leads to another question. Why don't I the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least, which a lot of people were, because they were trying to be one that wasn't a religious. Everybody in the guild of the Maccabees, just that way. Everybody. They killed all of us. Not them. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal person. They're like, celebrate the very people that would have lived with Taliban. We don't finish. We don't know. It just died. You know, it was war. And the Japanese didn't like people who could, I don't know, breathe. And so it made kill. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least those sections. They were sometime after the Maccabean Revolt began. So we know in the 160 around 167 BC. So we have a good idea about what that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Well, they code things in strange language. Why would people? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religion emerging.
Bye, Bondi. That little piece of shit.
Period, and that new kind of religiosity, apocalypticism. Also, by the way, current study. Is what we call in the literature Ex Eventu prophecy. We'll talk more about the tribe, failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets, things that I'm sure folks have read some, or Nostradamus, so I've read the it's always weird stuff like an eagle. An eagle comes from the east and the great bear and the bear. You know what you're talking about. They're not describing the future. They're actually coded language, right? It's what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Right? Do criticize things. And do you really want to be an empire? Being like, the Romans suck and I hate them, and God killed them all. So don't, because they'll crucify you for it, right? Well, the right will arise from the sea, and then, right, you encode it. Encoding mechanism is plausible. The apocalypse. So what is apocalypse? That's the first thing we need to do. There's again.com and all this stuff. And many typically imagine that what apocalypticism is filtered so heavily through Christianity and Christianity like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty Christianity that was the way that we use it. Most apocalyptic writers, for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible and the Jewish don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They try to the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel 26. Or Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy. Well, Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American. It's a completely normal attack, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed, and so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually the same book. Well, what I meant was that was a completely actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear. Bad idea. Right? Everything was quoted from Frederick Nietzsche, right? If you predict on them, and so most of the companies they don't predict in general. As a thing for people who are biblical literates, real pain because they why the Bible, why a prophet got it, and then admits he got it wrong, and then put a spin on it to fix it, and then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is eventually got conquered by Alex 400 years. He conquered it, so Ezekiel was. That's your best you got. Jewish apocalypses don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, basically trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some global conflagration, that the world would be destroyed by fire, a very common idea in the ancient. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give up influence. If you were to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? The logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sound. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea. It's a Greek idea. So let's put some context on it. I'm going to talk about the ideas in just a minute, but I want to put some about the Rothschild apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged. Fuels that lasted from roughly 586 BCE, when Judea was the last state was destroyed, all the way up to 135 of the Common Era, attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people, Jews against the Romans, and about this political landscape. As I mentioned earlier, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology. And the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a and that Christ perform is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, themselves, voice for God. You're doing wrong, you're breaking contract, and if you persist, God's going to punish you. God gives the contract. After they're completely apart, beginning with BCE, the entire Judah is for right, and if every single Judah was massive, prophecy to say neat, not untidy, means they're all the gore of everybody massacred. It's not very tight ideologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the Judean aristocratic section of exile in Judea. And they kept on, right? Not in their own land, but back. And not only that, they had a good time. Extensive records of the Jewish population in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively slaves. They had land, they had business, right? In fact, their lives so good in Babylon exile that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, Judea, by the Persians, they didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to like that has land that's I can live here. They weren't born there. They were died security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something? That isn't that great after all? It's like what the Judean did. Bring them to go back. So when we talk about weeping by the rivers of the trees or whatever, those Jews were not weeping by they were very the problem again is a theological problem. So what we can do when the myth that you're destroyed, should we still believe in the way? Like, it's been destroyed. The covenantal theology doesn't make manner that contradicts. So, you do. Well, there's a couple different options. Some people did try to do that. People are trying to maintain it. The Judahite states that still what to do with that? Well, what is rising that problem is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let a good happen. You simply innovate your theology. And what is it? In fact, I even argue that Israelite style Judaism came back. The religion that we practiced is recognizable to anyone here. Killing animals and burning beer and grain of peace of sky. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically religion like that. What happens is that they innovate. They feel like when you feel that contains trappings of the old covenantal theology, it changes what it means. One of those kinds of change. The first change is Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To this word, Yahweh has everything. Not just God of Israel and what we like to call monotheism, right? Good of your God. Now, the new shift is not only am I God, your God, your God's not real. One God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of lights is now the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just precisely important. God is planning that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evident that God is preparing something amazing. Right? It's kind of so what right, are going to have to or going to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. And it's supposed to do like this. And this is if we keep it. This is and we're still here. What's happened? Well, what's that? New God's been the plan. Again, hear the language. The older prophets heard God, communicated what God said. In the literary movement, things. In the religiosity, it's not. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them of mysticism. What underwrites and the don't with an up-and-coming religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers. They're literate. They have an culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy. They have multiple than the Israelite temple. It was order of magnitude that the ancient guys could imagine. Ancient Jerusalem was a water. It was a tiny settlement, 2,000 people, right, with that little temple there. How much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about a marriage of 400 people in contact with an incredibly old, incredibly, right? The Judahites wanted to write the documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians. When they arrived in Babylon, bowled over by the womanhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. This is like a Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You can't imagine the shell shock that must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a form religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good God and an evil God are locked into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons. Right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus dualism is going to result in a titanic economic battle at the end of time, but neither world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets. That is towards the underworld of Europe. And we're fairly confident that not the alligator was influenced by the divine comedies probably being influenced by these tours of hell that are Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, it's going to people at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster. And the idea is that your scripture is more important than many doing sacrifice, like sacrificing animals. Those priests out there come from the Morite, those who show up to the word of things. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake up in your cocktail shaker, they'll call it Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish, pagan people. I got news for you. People arrive in this area, the Zoroastrians as a foolishly spirited people. Judaism probably has a huge impact. And so Zoroastrianism has a huge impact in world religions in general, also impact in music. You may know Mercury is a lead singer of he was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for religion now. It's a very tiny religion primarily located in Iran, America, and Iraq. But or in India rather. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. They're pretty small. Right? We call it a religious mode. For folks who have some background in philosophy, right, a mode of being, but it's an articulation in the religion. It began to exist primarily, obviously, persist in Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's, in fact, apocalypticism becomes, like, you see, it's when the shift, right, and the apocalyptic is what Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalyptic, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on an ancient thing by angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalyptic? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was, and they innovated, and the group developed, we now call apocalypse. When you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly. Right? It's such a important and decisive break with the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So, what makes it apocalypse? What I mentioned here in the last, I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Word, which means to report and uncover. And what's important about this literature is the idea that God revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. It's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling him condemn, go condemn, some king, like king, right? Go condemn those people being bad and being rich. That's the way the prophet came. God spoke semi-divine being is typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. Typically things like cosmology. Apocalypse is very interested in how the universe works. In the Hebrew Bible, one of them is in, right? There's some big discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense what is the world again? Because they're not really interested in what is the world in fact. They're interested in what's going on in Judea. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic Judaism. Also, they're very interested in this is sometimes ironic that most people think of apocalypse as primarily future. But mostly the apocalypse and the thing that they're very interested in is where did evil come from the world, and it's what kind of existence is that. And they're very interested in where it came from. You'll never see much of that story in the book of Genesis. It never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? Vote for your bread and women's having a child with increase. By the way, it says it never said it wasn't. It went worse, right? So increase where everything went off the rails, right? The apocalypse will be interested in this. Also, they're very interested in these symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't much in the way of symbolism, right? But the apocalypse will be very interested in symbolism, very virtually encoding. And also, again, as I hear with the exhibition prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that, in a literary form, in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a talk for an apocalypse. Amos didn't code anything. He calls who are bad because you're rich and God hates you. Like, he's not coding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cow will eat what you do, right? That's it's the apocalypse. Also, what they're really interested in, like oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is a God, and we have a special relationship, it's just like whip our ass, like that's bad. Yeah, whip by the way, they could kill like a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask sort of like, what is that? Is that the good people? It's like, why do we all relations happen? And again, it's like tribulation. But for the apocalypse is claiming to know the plan, right? We claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world, the righteous being rewarded and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion wants the same one's underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person, it's not fair, bad people will get punished. This ideally probably from the rest of it, right? People get punished and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right? Why is that? What makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people who they thought they were good, were suffering. Interested in otherworldly journeys of heaven. It's very dualistic to say the world in apocalyptic literature is very starkly divided between the good guys and the bad guys. You don't see that in religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism, it's you are bad, and God can destroy you. If you study history, end time, tense, political crisis, right? Dualism, the good guys and the bad guys, right? Right? The bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how they describe. And again, I think Marxism in many ways. I hate that idea, but you can have literal and figurative. Thinking about anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So at any rate, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypse is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear we're not going to be the ones to fix it. What they say, there's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history. Or person, by the way, many people thought he would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least. So they kind of roll into one dude, which is pretty smart. Anti-side characters, right? You have a good guy, and there are lots of different stories about, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too. And they make good guys. If they're going to see where you're going to go when you die, or when you get resurrected, I want you to know about it. If there's really vivid mythology of the hellish worlds and the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. It sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be right. They're very interested in the structures of the various heavens. They're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what the world's actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little things. They kind of show up from the clip. They are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in types of spiritual for the destiny of the world. Every country has its own angel, right? Michael's angel of this country, Gabriel's angel. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians, because they're kind of parochial people. Big writers are not parochial, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going behind the scenes that we don't see. And though they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them, so Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Wright wrote this. So they like to edge ancient authorship. Manning wrote a book about AIDS. The hell, right? So Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? Patriarch who never died, and like Noah's grandfather, whatever, father, like Abraham on there. People are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manning's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manning thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into God's work, right? Why would it be? Well, the first is historical and psychological, and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is it? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like jail or whatever, right? Well, you can get bad things that happen. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, and you're still going to want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? Why is it happening? Very few are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, yes, that's happening. Right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain it's happening. Further, right? They want to explain why it's happening. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and you're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void. A billion years, the sun will swallow this planet, and everything ever in you is not even going to be a memory. This earth won't even exist. We don't want to. That doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand what they're happening. We want to try to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming thing in apocalyptic literature is that God has the world. It's part of the world. And what's the end of the world? Right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to punishing the wicked, rewarding the right. Nietzsche a lot tonight. Right? Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has the why, how, right? The person that has a why can endure any how. People can, people can get through anything as long as they have a reason why it's happening. Right? I think I have that. Right? And so the idea here, right, is get a reason why it's happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. No one likes the press. No one likes having it destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? In Algeria, when the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians like, we have right? And they protest against it. Now, they're like protesting against it bad, and God's going to judge them, God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Buddhist thing. How would you like to be crucified, right? They're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. You know, right? I'm a being, right? You know, if anyone who knew how to read her could read the code. Romans, they would get their ass whooped by this, their ass, right? So that was a way of encoding this work. And that's it. It's the way of the world, God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules. And everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that. turmoil, which I know, all right. Maybe once in a while, a little turmoil here and there, right? You can imagine this is incredibly persuasive justice. It explained why the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. And it tells you things an individual are not, and they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, don't Israelite theology. Every bad thing happening is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering with the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and going to play. That idea, I don't know about you, right? It's one of those from Marx. It's difficult to read. Marx says like what's in literature. Evil emerged was driven forward by like the Marxist. So under the ACE, extending all the way through the Middle Ages on our world. Yeah. And so Christianity is in many ways a sexy apocalyptic paradigm that meaning of the way that folks get trusted to. They try to help and get roles in the case, and they never came back. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Literature, where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and flags. In the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers, and they think that's going to work, and then the Romans massacre them, and what was that? When you literally believe God is going to intervene on your behalf at the very last moment, if that's your strategy, that was their strategy, it seems. Minimal is imbued with apocalypse, very apocalyptic, famous apocalypse of all time is the book of Enoch, the book not included in either Christian or Jewish but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia who have never been colonized, FYI. Like the devil did not have them. So anytime Jewish right done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypse is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the American mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. Angels have to show you, well, spiritual techniques were developed for this in a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics describe going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. Sweet. Scary. As you might imagine, that's what it means. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never not Titanic battle. Right? The rabbis are more like, the temple is destroyed. How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalypse out there being like, judge these people tomorrow, right? Meshed with rabbinical Judaism And yes, it is one famous quote from the years that you calculate, right? When Rabbi Akiva Shimon Bar Kokhba, like grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah, like happen. Unfortunately, grow in his cheeks because it didn't get buried because he burned alive. So, right, the apocalyptic is very, very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly. On the screen right now is a short list of the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab a collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, in the apocalyptic. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls are copies of Leviticus. Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had as any indication. So the literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, you ask why? Well, Jesus had that messy habit of not coming back soon enough. Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jews. Jesus, what do we do when people die? And Jesus is going to be here. Well, he would then further and further apocalyptic on the plan. Martyrdom becomes the thing from God's plan. Enormously influential Jewish ideas. Also, the Dajjal is an example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, of the Battle of the World, which is written in the book of Daniel, and translated into the Battle of Megiddo and in Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. Islam is also deeply a religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypse. Maccabees not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right? And also, by the way, why the disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis want more randoms. They were tired of that machismo. So they said, we're not doing that. And so as you get this literature, really gears people up to do rather extreme things. Right? Because again, they all think it's part of the plan. And God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this. They think it's dangerous. And they marginalize. Judaism, right, moves past just to say, just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would during mode of religiosity. Apocalyptic from this tradition have been even in things like Buddhism, home shrink. For having poisoned the subway system in Japan. In 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people won't end in their lifetime. That's millions of people who believe the world's going to end time. The apocalyptic idea. Sex are a huge part of Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks in that building will talk about apocalypse history, and of course that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They have their own hand to play in it too, but I do. Well, for biblical Judaism in the day, over and again, apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years of Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on religiosity. I might even argue that apocalypticism as a motion is perhaps the religious mode in the world today. Right? I would. What's going to emerge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of apocalypticism, that is to say, a mysticism in which we attempt to discern the realm of God, is going to emerge out of the apostolic literature. And form of mysticism is going to be more recycling next week. Called Merkava. Chariot. You also may know the word Merkava because the Israel after being confirmed a lot of reasons. Now at the end, but I'm also going to share these slides with everybody. For the class, so you can have access to those slides later. But if you want a great apocalypticism in the world now, John J. Collins' book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, study of apocalypse. It's the book, right? If you take a level class, a really great book about apocalypse. There's also John Reed published another text on trajectories and near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypse through the Middle East. Mostly because a lot of it's not translated, but a great introduction. Literature was also forms of apocalypse that survived into Jewish apocalypse that survived in the Middle East. So, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do to show rather than tell, and show what? The whole plan of the universe and how you, as a Jew, right, or not a Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you, right? And that was, in my opinion, is incredibly important. Humanity, I mean, we've seen Christians are predicting the world or whatever. It's none of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century. Welcome back, and thank as I explore the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, like this word provided accessible, free, and scholarly work on a lifetime on Dr. Justin Sledge. And thank you for watching. Terror, the arcane, and religion.
Donate to that dude. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah just always exists or that's one thing at all. The job book experience. My name, Joe Rogan podcast, my name. All day. I'm great. I went to Alabama last night. It was wild. It was very, very disturbing. Kind of shocked to have terrible.
Stop what you're doing. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Everything important. Stop what you're doing because we're all on Riser's time. We have to listen to his shitty microphone. Literally, it's like I'm in a fucking JanSport backpack. Come on, man.
Seriously, still?
Dude, it's like you're blowing into your microphone.
I can't be that bad. No, it's not noise when I'm not speaking. It's good.
Okay, fine. How are you? Taking names, thankfully. When are we going to watch Michael Jackson documentary, dog?
Your mic is glitching out or something.
Yo, dog, I'm perfect.
No, it sounds like you're in Nigeria, right in the capital of Nigeria.
Yeah, well, that's known as Lagos. And it would be a privilege to be in Lagos because all Nigerians, including Bitcoin Obama, are amazing individuals.
And the mic quality is a little time on sheet.
When are you going to answer my question and not critique?
Is there a coin? Is there going to be a coin? What the fuck is that?
It's a type of backpack, dog.
How does that solve the mic issue?
Backpack. Pretty much, but to please you, they will have the Jansport backpack mic, and I'm still awaiting.
Well, I'm going to play a documentary tonight, usually. How, yeah, documentary.
Dog, stop this. Stop this.
I thought you
Waited for you. Dude, it's the number one. I didn't want to do it without you. So I did read some. I read comments up, and it seems to be really, really interesting. So let's watch that tonight. Yo, dog.
Your Wi-Fi, it could be. Dude, it's fine.
It's totally you. I hear myself on another device.
You read some. Okay.
Yeah, no, it sucks. I should probably.
Mostly.
It sucks. Can you wait?
Sure.
Excellent. Right, can you hear me?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it there? Too soon to tell. Too soon to tell. Okay, but
no, it's still choppy.
My I hear that. Just give my device a second to start up. Come back. Okay.
If I go on Twitter, would that be better?
No, just hold on.
Of World Wars about Rabbel, I believe, and it's on the list as well.
Okay.
Is it about his death? The doctor and shit?
Dog.
Is it about the Jackson 5?
No.
Is it about what's it about?
It's about the accusations that were made against him and how they be false.
Okay, I mean, I'm down to watch it. I don't think my mom would probably be interested in that.
Why the fuck?
Like, you know what Michael Jackson watched too.
No, she watched
like, topics that involve.
She watched many press surf death animals.
No, it was a positive documentary giving them sending off into the next life. See, I think there's a stigma. I think that they're morbid, but that documentary really changed my. And like gave me a view that you want a resting spot. There's really nice gesture almost.
Okay.
And better on chucking them into soup.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Can you hear me?
I can. I don't see a hot chop.
Yeah.
You can hear you, then you'll hear if you're choppy.
No, I know. I can tell. I'll just quickly say.
I know some people in Nigeria that have good microphones.
Yep, they sound like they're in a backpack. Dog. I've been published articles recently, and I think they're amazing. I think they're probably the most sound, logic, and they're only like 2 minutes long. They're not really long, but they're getting to the world, and I just want you to know that. Is that okay?
Not using AI, writing them yourself?
No, I do use AI, but this is what I do. I talk into my phone and I say, I'm writing an article on XYZ, and I do make sure to this is the point that I'm making. So, like the arguments that I'm making are about ad hoc means the person or the so basically someone for their golf play, you say that they are a shitty mini golfer or they're an anti-good mini golf player or whatever. Like, you just so important strategy in debate that is basically the king of the hill uh, element, which is like if you can out your opponent for using ad hominem attacks, paradoxical element to basically calling them out for calling going to destroy their argument. It's like added.
I mean, the same is true with like regardless of the fallacy that you're pointing out. Any fallacy that you're pointing out in your opponent's debating skills is probably good.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Especially the hominem.
I agree with that. What did you call it? Yeah, no, 100.
Like the lowest form of attack.
Exactly.
Like the presidential debate was like they're not supposed to use that, still using it.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what Trump calls Hillary lying Hillary or whatever, or he calls Sleepy Joe, could have said is that's an ad hoc.
Yeah, no.
I'm curious, it whatever the reference is, but then him look bad
for resorting to that type of a tactic.
In like a professional setting, it's not just in like there's in like any like formal setting still happens where people are trying to like censor people with dominance.
I agree.
Kind of like the U.S. Andy or Patel or whatever, like those what the hell are they called?
Here.
Governors. The governors are even like using them against people.
You mean Congress people, not governors. And I know you're not American, so
yeah,
I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, you're 100% right, and and so I would really like to. It's a 5-minute read, but you listen to it, which makes it like 2 or 3 minutes. I really want your opinion on this because it's exactly what we're talking about, and you can listen to it on your phone right now, and I'll be here, and then I want somebody's opinion on this because I think it's really good. The one time this argument to Caspian Sea, and maybe I wasn't making it, I was just not paying attention, which he so I just sent it to you. It's in your Discord messages. All you need to do is click on it. Once you click on it, there is. Let me make sure this is an option. I don't want you to. You can, but I want you to just listen. But if you can't listen to it, then we're gonna find.
I can read it.
Okay.
No problem. I'll digest it if I read it.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
Starting. Secretariat night.
Word.
Okay, I've read it.
What are your thoughts?
What has inspired you to write this article? Or how did you write it?
I'm series 5 cast Monday for them on. The first one is on life extension. The second one is on improvement. It's the fifth one. Fourth is on space exploration, and fifth is on the search for intelligent life. And I have like of what I'm going to say, and it's really short, because we have so many subjects to cover. And the podcaster slash who I'm doing this with, we only have like a 20-minute. They're not really that long, so I have to get. I was sending him what my overview was. It and on it could put out a just announcing that we were going to be doing these this series. He said, yeah. And so I sent him put a press release and I sent a draft of it to the I started submitting it yesterday to different wires. And if you know how release wire works, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Basically, you have to make sure it gets approved. It has to be newsworthy. It can't be an article. But that element of it, the article part, stuck out in my mind. So I was like, well, this isn't an article. It's basically an announcement of an upcoming future series that I'm going to be having with this Australian radio host. And then I published PR or wires. Then I just watched it start to populate on Google. And these are like really strong terms that I want to associate myself with, like futurism. And why this is important is because when someone uses AI to learn about me, I want it to be more about how I talk about Buddhism and less about on Kick. Does that make sense? Admit, I bought people Kick. I think it's an excellent strategy that I use. People don't know about me, and I want them to know about my thoughts are discussions on things weekly that are really interesting for people to be able. It could easily be podcasts, if they had a little more structure. However,
I mean, we talked about AI, like PGA. Why the PGA isn't creating tournaments?
exactly, that's a really interesting thing. But the way that and search engines index have the ability to be able to take words out yet from the transcript and publish them. A video on YouTube is what it's going to be, and it already.
I use like kind of it's some tool by Google that is like basically like a cloud computer that you can use, and I use that tool to download the transcript of it, specify the time frame where you're talking about the ad marketplace, and then it was grabbed downloaded the video, then downloaded the time frame that I wanted in the transcript for me. But yeah, the video did not, I guess, have it. You had to use it.
At least with you, this with X, dude.
Google tool that allowed me to do like some plugging and run code, and then do everything with like some pre-built like.
I get that. Did you use an X, an X link, or that's probably it's facing me? It has a with you on that. Okay. And did it do it?
Very like did a good job of fleshing out what I was saying too.
Get really great audio quality and then suppress everything in the background. So that's great. Like exactly what you did is going to be done a lot easier in the future. Then the transcripts will be like searchable as in an easier fashion. But I put out so much content that it is just it would take me all day reach just
Automate all that.
I could not with my devices.
No, but I think you can have a computer downloading the transcripts of all your scenes and summarize them and uploading them somewhere.
I tend to doubt that under current process and capabilities. Here's why. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now. And let's say I had one supercomputer, right? How is it going to properly input and the decision to the right account and it's under the right video? It's like there's too much segregation amongst the different accounts. One is that it has to do X, it has to do Instagram, it has to do TikTok. It would say
if you're just getting the transcript, though, you don't need 20 versions of the same transcript from a good source. And maybe like two streams that capture like word calls or you could build like a bot that just creates a video title for face like straight.
I agree, but then I only have one video copyright or because it's talking about ending everything or whatever. Like and all that.
I'm not sure. I'm not like I'm saying that script like regardless of different angle, the audio is the same or virtually the same.
I get that. I get that, and I mean, I really feel like we're less than a year away from when you go to a YouTube video. It just tells you a summary of what the transcript says.
Have Gemini, like you can summarize and ask questions with AI on YouTube videos. Now I use it all the time.
Right, it's great. And it's very accurate. But what I'm saying is, without even having to plug that in, it will just give you an AI summary of every video. We're not far away from that. Wouldn't you agree?
They started doing that on Facebook, and I think for some reason it went away because it was off, myself included, but it was just like really like, and then it's giving me an AI summary of the Facebook post. I'm like, this is really just exclude this because it's super annoying. Now I don't see it for some reason. I didn't even have the option to get rid of this.
I agree. This topic to some extent for Instagram. Say to you, Fire Monk.
Waiting.
Exactly. Like that Quinn Duc Don from Vietnam in the 1960s. 100%. Thank you. That into Instagram, and the first up, it was like this AI description of like some video game. And like, dog, this man sacrificed life against really and and yet Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram think that someone who would look this, but like it's not as important to me. I just made this whole video of like, what in the with your AI, where
you know the reason why? It's because the reason I know this is account on Instagram I followed who he just does like these little improv, like sending him this video. This guy who fell underneath a moving train, and it was like a gondola train, and the train is moving. This guy's trapped underneath the moving train. His like hillbilly buddy is like, "Oh, you're." And the train is like accelerating, and which is like this giant behind the locomotive, and basically, it was a scraper, and so then the dude somehow, like, there's every other part enough apart underneath the cover. Yeah, no. Wait a minute. But yeah, I sent it to that guy, and then he was like, "Yeah, I can't review this commentary because it violates Instagram's terms and conditions, promoting violence, will like you can't any like dangerous content, which I see on it." Rock climbing, but all it's a little gray area because where you draw the line between game not, but that's why it probably didn't show up.
no, it does show up, but you really have to search for it. I agree with you though. And it gives you a whole worthy event. That's a historical event. Like some video game.
I know there's children on the platform, and it's like we don't want to promote all these horrible events to kids or whatnot. So
Yeah,
there's other sites like Wikipedia that will tell you all about that if you search for it, or any other site really.
That's true. The whole this is something that drives me bonkers is that they allow.
Not in Australia, apparently.
Yeah, 16. Zoot's pissed off about it because they shut down Pornhub.
16? Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Zoo cannot check the charts now without a VPN.
And did you know Bonnie Blue faked her pregnancy?
Yeah, I figured that was
Yeah, so Zoot's in shambles. He was going to be a father.
1,000 chance, I guess.
Well, in LA, they just had a trial for, and they lost, and the push tent on children, and they do. And I remember having a major issue with Facebook when to 13-year-olds. I remember thinking, in order to act with someone to be the age of majority, you need to be 18 years old. Asking children to enter into a contract with, and after that, now Congress they made some law that said that you couldn't scrape anyone under 13. So that's why the 13 is the big number. But with all that being said, I as an adult should to have a setting that says don't show me anyone under 18. I feel that normal. Like I don't want to see children. I don't want to see some kid talk dance or whatever. That's fine that they want to do that. That's cool. I don't want it. In my opinion, it should have a teen, just a different app. You should have TikTok or whatever else, and every should be that. I understand that kids are not going to necessarily um, follow those rules, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here's what happens to me. I I really do my best to just, I mean, even in this Discord, it says, please join if you're an adult. I ask how I feel like my lawn, dude. And me, you can have all they come like banned words or whatever. You can say, don't show me anything for, I don't know, Venezuela or Canada, or don't not or about uh, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like
Filtered, but you can't do that for people's ages. And I'm not saying that it should be for all ages, but at least minors. I mean, to me, I feel like we should protect minors, also protect. Should be a separation, and there isn't. And I just think that here's what happens to me, and it's even stopped me from following anybody with knowledge TikTok. Here's what happens. basically like takes a random song and uploads it or whatever. Okay, well, whenever those random songs, there's like a couple minutes in there while they're uploading, TikTok just shows me a random account. And sometimes do the account do lip syncing like I do, and it's really good, and it's to a song that I really like. Individual would. So I followed maybe 2 dozen people who singing a song that I like, and they were lip syncing it just like I do. But then I started looking into the accounts that I was following, and one of them I see says like I thought I saw somebody who looked underage, and I looked at their profile and it said 19. Okay, this person is just young. But checking all of the girls is I'm sure their kid would say, I want to be on TikTok or whatever. It was okay, but I'm gonna manage your account. So anyway, I had unfollowed every single person. I don't want to be following anybody who's not. I just feel as a user, I shouldn't have to make that sacrifice. I shouldn't have to say I'm not following anybody. Uh, uh, a good uh, strategy, a good look. Yeah, exactly. I just don't want to. I feel, and the fact is, you can say don't show me on a platform, but you can't say don't children. It's like the apping it on people, and they're forcing to interact with, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah, the like same age hang out together unless they're like a teacher or something, um, or a parent.
That's true, and
It's kind of like why just because the internet exists, it's just fuck and place to like preventing this.
they already,
Interacting really
they already,
on
they already,
like on social media like TikTok, like anyone can just make an account and interact with anyone. It's just
they already,
to open.
they already do this. They say you have to be 13 to be able to use the site. So they're already at 18, so that I don't have to interact with any of these.
That will even work. I think it might backplace. I think the kids will phones and can't use Instagram and like some group and potentially be exposed to horrific things, but there's no regulations in place to prevent random and there's probably could be like less moderation on sites that they flee to. Internet TikTok graphics.
That's fine. That's not even a thing at all. So what you're saying, but like there aren't that many places, and at least for the big ones, I don't know. I just there's no thing on there to say don't show, or at least counts. Some people want to show them with their family. family, that's fine. I mean, whatever. Adult, I don't want to be following it. And it so much that this is necessary. I see a lot of adult people on X that use the phrase MD. Have you ever seen this phrase MDNI?
No.
Minors do not interact. Now, I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look it up. But it's basically like, don't interact if you're not 18 years old. And I see it on X, I see it on Discord. If you look at my Discord profile as 18 plus, I don't want to talk with anybody. It's a big thing, like
I mean, you go to a bar, society, 21 or 18, hang on. You know, it's like, you know, they don't just allow children in those places.
I agree. And
or strip club or something.
I agree.
Like there's rules.
I agree. Here's an interesting one.
But not the internet is just very lawless.
It is, yeah, and that. Okay, so X. In order to download X from the other stuff, that you can be 13. That one says you have to be 18 because they just straight up show porn on it. However, a lot of guys in Africa, they just make it a job and everything, and I'm all these different social media profiles. They're like, I can't. I'm not 18. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I met you on X. Just like, I get it. When I was under 18, I would have been doing. I mean, I can't say that I didn't ever was 18, just to get into websites or whatever. But it's just.
Did you ever hear about that?
Enlighten me, please. Sounds familiar.
A video, I guess, in like the wide back then. It's the most provocative thing on TV that you could watch, and so these like little like aerobic exercise video come out, and the women are in these like bathing suits and like doing some suggestive aero exercises, and that was the thing.
With you saying, in my mind as a young person, it just wasn't sexualized by that. It was just people who were exercising. But I know what you're talking about. The exercise is a thing with that type of view, then they're very sexualized.
On public TV that you
Absolutely.
I had to just pickleball now.
Okay. Nobody gives a shit about pickleball. Doug.
No, my mother will want to watch that one.
All right, Doug.
But maybe. What's it?
It's a.
No, he told me what it's about. I don't know. But I got to run.
All right.
Really? The finer the kid. You're a grab. 9 grandchildren, 56. It's Josh Lowe. My favorite people, and a great human being. He's got Cap City. Club, man. Work was yesterday. Great club. You'll sell well there. Yeah. I've always come to even the old Cap City. Remember that old room? Yep. I love that old room. I like those strip mall. Yeah. But I like those long, kind of flat. Yeah. It's a great. That was. Oh God, I love that. Yeah. And then there's in that place in Minneapolis, in the mall, the American. It's a little cavernous. He said, "This place is sold out." A lot of times you'll see that. What? From it, you don't see him with the. That was where a guy had a seizure. I wrote the seizure. And that show, you know, it's just, you know, your residency. I have a residency there. That's like Vegas now. And this one passed out of her. You know that noise a head makes when it hits something? Careful. They fall without their hand. Oh, God. She fell. Donk. And it made that noise where even in the middle of the show, everyone was like, oh, fucking God. And then when she got up, it's so funny when people get up and they're like, I'm fine. And you got him, and then I'm like, you're not. I was at the rodeo with my family, and there's this little kid, and I'm like, oh, overall, it's going to be more country. But the dad has him stand on a bleacher, and I can't tell, he's probably 5 or 6. Oh, Christ. I'm just like, do you mind if I go kid? I'm not, yeah. Do you mind? Not to do it. And I was like, oh, my God, like, all right, kid. The kid's crying, and then dad's like, he's fine. I'm like, well, nice or something. He's like, oh, he's fine. The kid, the rest of the road, he was just a bunch of it. The rest of the road, just, yeah. Out of the ear, just stare at the word. But there will be times where I do $1 million. Oh, she's calculus, fullback, stylist, can did the pitcher hard line drive to no stub pitchers exhale. You're not on the full field. You're not on the full field. I mean, he's throwing heat. He's a it's his dad. You know what? Don't touch him. He saw this. Pitch the rest of the game. That's like different. Just on it. Dude you look great. You're on in the moment. We stopped with the church. New boy band. Now. Let's go for. No rhythm. They got energy. Yep. The guy was cute. The oldest dude. Smallest nuts. Yeah. Right. Oh, your nuts. My nuts haven't shrunk up. Oh, okay. I bet your nuts go. I think you're working. Yeah, they're full of shop. Really? They're going back to their original home. Yeah. I'm the size of like small. Yeah. But you're taking a lot. I'm taking a lot. I'm taking very little. But why did you get on it? Because you've always been shredded. We were like the definition of muscle. And like lose some weight. Guys are like, I should probably do something. Anything the way I look, that's a big dick. So that is fake. That's a tiny dick. That's a tough look. That's a tough look. That looks honestly. Yeah. Big balls on the left. The Crocs. Yeah. I didn't like that dick pic. It's the only dick. This dude, it looks like a thumb with no legs. Awesome. But who convinced you to do TRT? Honestly, it hasn't been out. I have an addiction to personality. So if I don't get to the gym, yeah, it's not nightmare. Yeah. You're like, dude, what the hell's going on? I couldn't walk. This is my fucking house. Yeah. So I plus, that'd be Josh. When you're doing, for me, like I would work out and then I would do a night, and I found myself for the first time in the middle of the show. Yeah, like as in first show, and I was like, I don't want to go out on TRT. I literally don't. I have that energy again. There's some weird tap thing where you'd be like, oh, steroid, like that. Yeah, you know, like, hey, we did the blood. Your vitamin D so low. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna get back to levels. Yeah, that's the same thing as testosterone. Way more. Ways to well got some ways to was like she goes, your overall was high, but you got to look at your free testosterone. You got to look at what's available. Binding hormone, your sex hormone binding cocktail, which is when you get older, if you're especially for Mediterranean descent, it's higher. It's soft testosterone. Yes, so if you want a good system, she was like, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you to do it, but there are other things you can do. I go, well, let's just do it. See what happens. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, with ways to like it's like a pet clinic, health clinic, close to here. It's a health clinic. If you want to do it, you can definitely. I want to get into this. Gotcha. Say less. Okay. My boy will connect. Because I was on TRT forever. Dude. When I retired for, I was like, how come? Because you've always been a big dude. Yeah, training as much. Yeah, but I think. Energy, especially once I started having those critters, and then baby girl woke me up at 3:30. What's I'm up? There's no really. Let me go over yada. And then you can't go back to bed. If Billy wakes me up at 2, 3, that's fine. That's so I've been up since sleep. I'm good, baby. I'm fucking great. Yeah, I'll go from here. I get 2 shows. I do this workout that they get a film, and then I'll take targeted practice. I'll be on my feet for 2.5 hours. I'll go. I'm good, dude. I'm good. But my thing is TRT. This is where the taboo comes from. There's bro signs. So I was doing like, say you're doing 5. I was doing like 12. Well, correct. And I was like, 12. How much do you do? I do a total of 80 milligrams a week. So I do that much in the syringe, in the 8 every other day. So I was doing that. But my thing is, I was doing 12 because it's where the roadsides came in. No one, I just got a prescription from some random dude that made it happen. Random doctor, this blood work. So I was doing. I wasn't feeling great. My libido was shot. I had all these issues. So when I went to Waste Well, they actually did blood work. Like, first of all, you know, way too much. This is why you're feeling like this, and then added some peptides, your boys. They cook it out, cooking. Yeah, you got to do it with the supervision of the doctor. First thing I asked you, a lot of people just do it wrong. Like, somebody really knows what the fuck they're doing because it's a very delicate opposite, though. Just break it up. What happens is, so every other, I'll do like a very small amount because you don't get these spikes. You don't get high, so some people do it. I just try to do 5. Yeah. Yes. So by Saturday, you're constantly like this. Am I that was going to have increased libido? But, you know, I'm not on it. So those days are over. Yeah, she was like, you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do with that. But I think the quote she says, pass. She's like, my wife is 23 years younger, and when I woke up this morning, cat's claw. The cat tagged my dick. The cat come out with blood claws. It's like a heart of it. You've never really had it. I never have, but it's teeny. How's your wife feel? She's like, oh my god. Yeah, like, first of all, testosterone, there's zero. Yeah, it's important for women to do that. It's zero. Whatever. Yeah, so, and then this dude, her husband was like, you sick out there. God, and she's a different person. He's like, I had hormones, right? Yeah, it's all hormones. And he's like, I had no clue about it. He's like, since she's done it, it's like we've gone back 20 years. Do they have to balance the estrogen also? It's all of that. Yeah, do progesterone is such a minuscule amount for women. Yeah, which is a huge cock. Yeah, her energy's there. I mean, she can really do. You're right. And you're right about the testosterone for women, which I didn't know. Yeah, they will manipulate that because women, if you're really healthy, you have a certain level of testosterone as well as progesterone. It's a balancing act, right? But to your point, like if your hormones are off, you are, and most people are walking around, they don't get enough sleep, they don't eat right, they got stress, all these things. That's already throwing things off. Then with age, then, you know. And also, when your testosterone is low, like your immune system shots. Oh, yeah. Sit more. Yes. Yeah, so important. I'm really interested. I've been kind of I've always like 3 pounds in your dick. Just in your tummy. I tell you, love that. No, no, I don't have to. Okay. I was out. Your name in the group. Love handles, yeah. I got a little pimple on my neck, and I'm so it's big around here. Or you're taking tear. What the fuck? You jump right to stab. Right to that's the stab's no joke, and so I'm you know, I'm just always worried about it. Don't say what you know it sounds like my hands being there, but like when I was hitting this, I posted that thing. Like the difference in like I was hitting, I saw the video, somebody took like, that I was so slow. And I was just slower. I was just about to TRT. Like, I feel like my hands are just stronger. I'm faster than Gina Carano's one. She was slower. Oh, she does. Yeah. Well, I should say, she's older than she's 39. No, she's 40. She is. No, I'm a degenerate, so I'll watch you. I'll watch Mom's Fight. Yeah, me too. I'll bring it down. I'll just let me in. But yeah, I'll watch that. Yeah, the card overall, they just have the full card. The card's good.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. You swear?
I'm done.
Free. Movies like Titanic, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Pluto TV now.
Like, what is Regina fighting early on? Did she fight? Yeah, so is that going to a movie? Rhonda should be a minus 4,000 or what? Yeah. Because she's minus 4,000. They offered me a fight, and the fight was. But if you get it, fuck that. Who would be a guy without you could probably make this. Okay, I got Brent. $2 million. Okay. Let me go. Okay, how much? One thing. All right. You want $5? Hey. Who the hell? I'm taking my. $30. Yeah, I got a little box and I offered $15 million for one fine. So I got to. And all due respect, there are people who I would like to see Brent make it. Right? Yeah, but so now I'm only getting a lot of. I give you $5 million. Yeah, you're on $5 million after taxes. We got $3 million. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to savings. Be realistic though. Don't be like chuckling out. I'm going and I want you to just relax. Is there a truck? There is. Do it. Yes. Okay, good. That's right. We're like vegan too for a while. Yeah, go. Yeah, that was next. Yeah, keep going. Okay. I'm gonna say. Brock Lesnar. No. Hold on. How many eyeballs? I don't know. I can't find it. No, you'd be surprised. Big dude. Yeah, but he's got really good jiu-jitsu. Real good jiu-jitsu. How big do you think Brock Lesnar is? Very big. 300. But you know, he's Bam Bam. He's a strong boy. Oh, dude. I'll never been 250. He's a strong boy. I've seen and his jiu-jitsu is a problemo. So he's a nightmare. All very nervous. That is but my guess is your is better, but your cardio's right. Your cardio's better. He's gonna run right at you, right? That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, there's no like mystery of what he's gonna do. He's gonna try to stop. He's also 48. I know. So I like the fight. I like the fight. Okay. In your mind, you're gonna survive the first how many minutes? Probably 3 minutes. Yeah, and then Brock's got a problem because he's got very good cardio. Yeah. And his jiu-jitsu is a problemo. So it's going to be. It'd be more than 5 out of 5. What's that? But you got to be more than 5 because would probably pay him if it was like MVP, like that. I'm saying five. I'm saying five because I can't pay him 40. If I give you 40, you're gonna play everything. You're gonna fight everybody, right? What if we send you to Japan to do one of those 5-on-1 fights? Oh, that'd be cool. I would love to see that. Yeah, like 5-on-1 shit. Yeah, that'd be sick. How would you run it back with Andre Ross? Man, he's active. He's active. I'd fight him with their knuckle. I'd fight him with that. Yeah, he's active. I'm like a Netflix card, I would do it. Can't test. When's the last time? How long is this about? Retired. You get punched in the face. Is that something that you have to be like, oh, yeah. Yeah. Like they couldn't be like, hey, you got a 2-month notice like that. I hate football. I don't know. Man, I'm from young. He was out. I'm person. I'm not going to fight. Dude, I remember the first time I got punched in the face in a fight. I was like, yeah, nobody. It's not. Andre, 24. Yeah, that's the cancer again, actually. Cancer? That's not good. That's not good. That is 3 times. How's life in Vegas? Yeah, hot. Are you? So for 3 months, so first off, so are he, not make no mistake. I don't think it's honest. I don't think it should. So I don't like him at all. I don't like this. I don't know. No. But Vegas, dude, I'm telling you a point. Everyone who's coming for that takes and the value is $600 for in hand history. Yeah. So, it's beautiful. And you like this meat? What's that? You like it? Listen, man, I like being removed. I don't need to be in it anymore. I get my residency there, so I get 2 nights a week in town where I just drive down and fuck around and do whatever. Where are you doing that at? At Kimmel's. Oh, sick. Dude, it's you go to Wise Guys too? I don't do Wise Guys because Kimmel's has me there. Sundays and Mondays, it's just me and them. So I do my show, she does her show. Do they pack it in? Yeah, dude, it's great. It's and the thing about Vegas, man, is that when people are like, I don't like Vegas, I'm like, well, then you don't like anything. Everything. You know, it's the same when people like, oh, LA, Hollywood. Yeah, but I don't live in Hollywood. Yeah. Like, that's a weird thing. It'd be like, yeah, I don't like Austin because it's 60. No one in Austin goes 60. Like, the suburbs are amazing. It's like if when you were living in LA, if somebody was like, hey, let's go to Universal City Walk, you'd be like, yeah, call me when. Absolutely not. Yeah, we never found hell. Never. I go to the Strip twice a week for my shows. My wife's been out of town shooting movies, so every now and then. I take some. But the food is fucking next. Yeah, that's good restaurant. Excellent. Next level. Kids are older, but also good atmosphere. No, I drove by it. You went to? I don't know. Eagle. I don't know who else is there. Oh, Eagle. Anybody else? I went someday. Fucking amazing. Metallica. And I'm gonna be back. I know all the. Wait, is Justin really going to be part of it? Or that's not the backstreet. Let's jump on the sync. He was in sync. That's who he was. Backstreet Boys are who? I know who they are, but I don't listen to that because I'm a straight man and I'm a musician. I don't like their music. Slappers. You don't think Backstreet Boys has some good songs? I think it's terrible. I don't like music. I'm tall free. It's not dividing back lecture. There's no food. My kids. It's almost a podcast. Yeah, my wife is a music girl. She always had music in the house. I can relate to this one, dude. When I'm driving at 7 a.m. to the game, dude, it's fucking Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Eminem. How great, by the way, dude, is watching your kid play baseball. So Jacob Wolf, my son was a dude. Can I tell you? So don't you think because he's good, it makes this man's better? Yes, like your God, there's something just don't have here. I'll remember this forever. I had to come off first base. It was the first time. What? What do you mean? He was this song up this time. Yeah. He couldn't fucking. You know, I went. It was amazing. My wife and I went to see a friend of mine, and his son was playing lacrosse. And my wife was laughing so hard. His son like away from the ball and was running the run straight up. He looked like he was barefoot on. Oh, it'd be there right there. He would go like this. Let's go. I don't know what that's like. No, that's so. Did you coaching too? Oh yeah. Isn't that massive? Your son played for how long? He played until he was a sophomore, and then he moved to a school that just didn't have baseball. And then when you guys played in, yeah, we were. And he didn't do the college. I get it. He said, "What? To what?" It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. He says, "Oh, they on a Saturday to practice where I'm just in the." But Jake was like, "Did you have travel ball?" No, our parents didn't like us that much. They weren't. My dad would be like, "You owe me $6." Fuck. Yeah. That's your greatest thing. Such What is the correlation between size and puberty? You don't like size. Play the main. I don't know about the sport, but the kids like who have until So you can know. So like so you'll tell a team like. Especially when in Houston, it's like the top 20 teams in the nation. Yeah. And you see the coach literally was like, all the kids in puberty, we're going to dominate the bitches that happen. And they're throwing 60, 65 change ups, on your curveball splitters. It's like, enjoy it for now. Yeah. Because once these kids get down, you catch up. We'll catch. Explain to Tiziana, you should all get with fucking top 20 teams in the nation, but it's good to a certain extent, like a small failure. But also, once you go to travel ball, it takes away the innocence. It's more just about fun. Now, it's super competitive. It's such a bummer. Baseball, it's the best one to go watch. You're outside. It's good weather. I mean, you remember, did you play hockey for like at 5 a.m.? Yeah. When Jacob was like, I had to tell him, he was like, I want to play hockey. I'll get you up there. You think I'm getting up at 4 to get you a rink by 5? 0% chance. Baseball is good weather, outside. It was my favorite sport to coach and watch him play and all that shit. Is your son good? Yeah. What's his? So my oldest Tiger is so Tiger's massive. He's 109 pounds. Well, just a big kid. Dude, he's this thick. He's got traps. It's so weird. He's athletic, big kid. Do you got him working out? Oh yeah. I got like 6 years. TRT yet? We're thinking. But the cheat code is obviously Tiger's this beast, super strong, can hit the ball, Billy Mouse. But then the younger brothers used to play with the older kids. So the younger one's such a monster. Like his fundamentals are crazy. For 6, crazy. Like I coach his team. He's the only kid. Really, there's not too many kids even on Tiger's travel ball team. But he's 6, playing, in the upper division. Like last year when we first got there, they put him with an 8 team. He was dominating the 5 team. So he's 5 playing with 8. So now he's on like the 6U, the better kids. They do tryouts for 5 to 6 units. No, first tryouts. There's tryouts. Because there's NL and AL. The AL is first timers, kids that want to see if it's for them. The NL is for kids that can good. So he's stepping 6. Not the dudes. 2. I'm like, no. I like him 2. Because that kid at first base is going to shit his pants if you throw the ball in. There's no turning. What is the stop? See me turning. The place is base, and you can feel the ball go for a double play. It's like you said, it's like a Capri Sun slide. Yeah, that kid's staring at the sun, and you're talking about. See, as a regular guy, I remember playing baseball, and some of those stand-up kids. This kid Mike Gomez, like he had, I think, semi-pro, and when I remember I was 9, and I remember he was a pitcher, and I remember going like. Also, I'm afraid of that. Also, what's crazy about Texas sports? Yesterday, like Tiger pitted, we go field early, for one team, and the coach, he's on the Mustangs, plays with the Mustangs, but they have all sorts of age group. He comes over and he's telling teams, like, teaching them technique. And like, that guy pitched 2 World Series. He's the all-time leading strikeout leader right now. Like a legend in the area. He's the head of the Mustangs. Josh Sanders. He took kids from 6-year-olds to 6 out of the dude, so it's like there's but then when I was growing up, 3 sports, none of us just played one. But because I'm sure the fields here are pristine, right? Yeah. Dude, like the ball, oh my God, you never knew where the ball was going to jump. And honestly, like, the people who umpire the games were drunk. Yeah, no one's into it. No. There's barely money. Just putting money into different animals. How many kids do you have? I have 3 kids. Okay, you like 3? Yeah. You have total 3? Total is 3. I thought you had 5 kids. Sometimes it feels. You don't buy yourself, Jacob. You know, it's so crazy. Wow, right? I think his 4th year. It's the best time I have ever had on the road. The greatest thing in the world. I honestly, touring with me, I stopped thinking about takes. I stopped thinking about on anything. Oh my God. It is. I don't tell her. 3 months, let's just get, what are we doing? He said, let's just hang out. Oh, God. I'm doing that with my son. My son's in. I'm telling you right now, it will change game. I need some time, but yeah. But it's like, it's so good. And he'll be 70. I'll be 70 and my son will be 20. Hey guys, what's going on? You know that TRT is getting a lot. Like the experience of this time with your kiddo. Like I told my kid, I'm being present and aware. I realize that these times are going to go right? But it's the best time of my life. And I go, we maybe have. Yeah. So when you're 40, let's do this. And by the way, when you're you'll be driving, things are going to change, but right now, we spent all this time together. 4 years. So, no, just a little disappointment. Yeah. So, you know what? This is 4 years. Don't fuck up my life.
Who have not generated names and next to homes and communities and education. And it's time that we start recognizing them.
I just want you to know it's my life. He should have gotten, this is your responsibility. Yeah, I did tell him. I was like, let's keep the gay shit. Don't get gay. That's crazy. He recognized it, especially at 20. Dude, he and I are, look, I'm still dad, but we're buddies. We're fucking straight up. He fucks with me all the time, which I love. I've started eating sardines. Oh, wow. And I torture him. I eat them at the hotel room. And I'll just leave them to can by the coast. Is he single? Yes. Is there like me? Here's the thing. So we do it. Yeah. I'm saying when I was 20, we do it talking like dad is chick. The only thing we don't talk about. That's it. That's what we don't talk about. Yeah. Somebody asked, we do a Q&A, right? And somebody asked, do you guys talk to each other about sex? And he said, are you asking me if I ask him how he fucks my mom? And the people were like, good point. I was like, yeah, we don't talk. Next question. Yeah, that's right. We don't talk about someone thing with a butt. Dude, we talk about everything. You know, when I put him in, I don't know if I had to put him in the zone of living. I'm aware. But I felt so privileged, dude, for him to feel so comfortable with me, to just text me and be like, hey, I got some problems. Yeah. Because if we weren't, you did your job, Josh. That's how you know you're doing it right. You did your job. He was open enough where he's not scared or embarrassed. Yeah. Everybody's room will never have regrets. We will, you know. I think he said a father can commit and not for his kids. And you'll never get over it as a kid. It is, to me, if you have to live in a different, I live in a different state than my 17-year-old, but there's not a day I'm not FaceTiming with them. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not going to go and see them. No matter what you got to do to be children's lives, they know that they're the most important thing to you. If understand. It's nice you get to work and you're gone. And all us here have, like, we'll never have that
For
regret.
it to be that comfortable with it means you're doing
That's what I'm saying.
what game you got.
Yeah.
Auditions.
Dude, you were the god. It was 5 kids. I was like, what the hell? Josh was like, perspective. When I drove, I knew. It was all I thought about it. Do wrong. I can't wait my audition. As soon as I left that audition, I didn't fuck them. I didn't even think of other more important things to do. What was your routine as a single dad? How old were they when mom left? Call it 6, 4, and 1. That's very hard. 6, 4, 1. But explain to your children. She had been around us, so it was easier. The transition. It wasn't like cold turkey. No, it was easier. And she but I had been doing it essentially for all so kind because they knew. I was like, I have to bring my 3 kids. And at the improv, just one of the staff would sit with them and they'd eat ice cream and I'd go on stage and I would always ask them first, I just need first. Let me go up first. I didn't, at Comedy Store, I mean, Joey watched, but probably not. Joey Diaz? Yeah. Joey was their baby. No, I did not know. Joey was ever Joey Diaz. That is so awesome. Joey was their baby. Probably great. Oh my God. Can I tell you, so he used to... Joey Diaz was... Joey Diaz babysit go. He would spell words around kids. Yeah. So I asked him, like, we were at my doctor's office. I go, hey, dude, where's the C-A-N-D-Y? And he goes, I put it in the D-R-A-W. And I go, D-R-A-W? He says, the draw, it's in the fucking draw. That's not how you spell it. And he goes, yeah, but that's how I say it. I go, yeah, we all gonna be how you spell it. Joy is a big, I think she's over 13 now. Yeah, she's big in softball. She's in softball. So we ended up debating her talking about, we're talking about like the guy just, because I fucking, wow, yeah. He has the other band on edibles with him. Yeah. Just watching the kids. Just zoned out. But imagine having Joey. No. But back then, Joey was also 3 months then or not. Yeah, he's healthier, but he was 3, and he would just he was as long as I made turkey burgers, he was like, oh, I will make babysit for turkey burgers. But he babysat for turkey burgers, dude. How your how we're trying to make Joey Diaz babysitter. Think about that shit. That TV show was bought twice. Are you sure? It was bought twice. Of course. Yeah. That would crush. The notes in the network was, can we tone down the Joey character? I'm like, no. Wait. Down the Joey character? Yeah, they were like, tone down stand-up? Watch with a room. I've always said, if you want to see a room get 15, yeah, that's fine. This is him on edible. My God, crush. But he like also this crush. He kept saying it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. I'm like, I agree. I'll bring him in. I'll bring it down. I'll sit with you. Can sit with him for 3 minutes at the Comedy Store, and I forget if it was either his dick or his nuts. But he and Ron Jeremy have like they showed their nuts on stage to like have a nut off. No, I do not remember. Oh my God! I'm an artist, so I don't do that kind of stuff. He used to wear the jeans with a rip right here, so he would call the Cuban egg roll slips up, you know. And I'm like, yeah, but on stage is. It's not here. But he legit. Oh my God. Yeah. I thought he went to jail. No, he was being dementia. But I like stuff. Casey never won. The idea that that dude was Dick, a porn star. He was the hedgehog of porn. They called him the hedgehog of porn. And I did let him be like, I'm the biggest porn star ever. I swear to God. I was thinking like, I was trying to run the other way. But it's not that. Declining. Dude, he got into stand-up for a little while. I believe he's dead. He passed away. Oh my God. So, like the jail people had just 100. Don't you think? First thing I would do. You know, but he was in jail for a while. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Way off of home. Because he's no longer in jail. There's a picture of him just looks atrocious. I think I gotta be the first thing too. I just need to see you. Like, what's up, man? I got 4 to 7 years, let me say. Yeah, I don't get to see too many new things in here. Let's take a look. Yeah, I've been a fan for a while. Patrick, you're going to head down for me. How many rounds do you need? You mind if I watch the Lady Boys suck you off, man? You two guys. Yeah. No. But the thing with this thing was always this. I would rather have you like so sure they heard fuck or whatever. He's a good person. He's a good dude. Yeah. He loved my kid. What's funny about it? Some people, you would never have a man babysit your children, but if it was Joey Diaz, you'd be like, I trust him. Which is counterintuitive. And I'm in this building where there was a dealer every 3 floors. Drug dealer at every floor. And in Hollywood. The Denny's where there used to be hookers walking up and down. Bananas place. I do stuff. When I go back, I don't generally perform. One of my brothers lived there. My parents just moved there. I haven't performed the last 5 times I've got. I get plenty of stage time. And I'm going to tell you something for real. And I love, the thing I do miss is chopping it up in back. Yeah, those are the meals. I miss that. But I want to chop there anymore. I want to chop it up. I don't want to talk about how many views. I don't want to, I just want to talk to my friend. In LA, and I understand it because we all live, always comparing yourself or your own, like, one, right? That's hard not to have, because you're a rap. That's literally, that's like the label of success. It's how the machine keeps going. Correct. You never get the carrot. You're like, oh, I got this, but you know what's really gonna make me happy? If I get this. Although there are a lot of actors now who are literally going to Sacramento and saying, you guys are making it impossible for us to live in Los Angeles because nothing is shot here. It's so expensive. So they're trying to get tax. Get a Grand Hollywood out. Yeah. It's hard to shooting in New Orleans. Yeah. Everybody shoots everywhere else but Los Angeles. And Los Angeles was chosen as the hub because the weather was predictable. Yeah. So you never have to worry about rain or anything. You can just predict it. It's always perfect. That's they made it impossible. Way to go. Yeah. Way to go. Well, it's just Sacramento in general. Way to go. Way to go. All of me is known for best. Yeah. That's left. Yeah. It's in Atlanta. And we'll just spend money to get ourselves out of the problem. It's a bummer. It's not just below. You drive the house. I definitely can't. You can't even be a dentist and a doctor. Houses are insane in the valley.
once you imagine being like, starting a new family, and you're like 20, maybe 30. The average house price in the valley is $1 million too.
Yeah. What? That is exactly
In the
right.
valley, it's like
Nobody could afford that.
in Woodland is $1.1 million. The average house.
Woodland Hills used to be, when we first got there, the king place for $0. And so even without making it political or Democrat, I mean, it's all Democrats, it's all socialists. New York, Amy Klobuchar. Yeah, she goes, get on a bus and get out of here. Cool. And they did. DC fucking called me, and they were like, hey, we need to know where one of these bacteria came from, because if it's in Nevada, we need to close a lot of the places down. And she said, this was great. She said to me, I'm going to ask you a question, I need a real answer. I said, okay. She said, have you been in contact with a goat? I was like, yeah. I was like, are you asking me if I fucked Tom Brady? I would, you know. Is that an offer? You know?
She's like, sir,
She really asked you if you came in contact with a goat. In contact with a goat? You fuck goats. That's not what I asked. I said, the answer is I used a condom and it's none of your business. This is what I said to her. So I couldn't help being a. Yeah. I said to her, so are you asking me for in a nice way if I had sex with a goat? And she said, did you? And I said, no.
this is hilarious.
If I did, I'm wearing a condom. I'm not wrong. Like, I'm not an animal. I'm not an animal. I'm a gentleman. Lead it toward water to the back of naturally. You from a goat. Why the Bible says don't have sex with animals.
But how did you get it?
So, in petting
No, I had sex with a
at
goat.
Mexico, there's not on the farm. It's not a petting. And they said some of the goats carry this bacteria, and I had this thing called C. diff, which was wow. It is like
You can only get from fucking dolphins, right? What the fuck is going on?
so 3 times a day is
Yeah, 3 times a day for me.
it's hard to explain the amount of my body. You ever seen what cholera looks like? You ever seen? Oh, shit. Look at this. So because it caused the 2 of them is in my colon. What's it doing? It's like a paralysis. And so when I went, the doctor was like, "Hey, you're like this causes sepsis. So drive to the hospital right now." Jesus. He said, "Because if you get sepsis, he was like, so I went there 6 days, dude, and I was 30 pounds off of this. Like, brother was like, that was so awful. Brother called me right away. He goes, "Hey, dude, hey." He goes, "How you doing?" He goes, "You don't look great. You're looking kind of hospital." And I said, "Yeah." Yeah, I said, yeah. He was like, "Take a picture down, by the way." Yeah, that's not a good one.
Damn, so you were doing some serious shit.
Yeah, it took me, I bet you. So
after I get out of the hospital, I don't think I was back to normal. Probably 2 months. But the point of the story, like, people were like, "Are you gonna go to a hospital here in Nevada?" I would fly there. I mean, it's Los Angeles. Yeah, like there's people from all over Sinai. They fly to LA. Go to YouTube. Bring up cholera patient. Take a look at what happens when it's a bacteria, dirty water. Video of a person's ass, and there's shit flying out of it. It's a water hose. Because you guys know it's crazy. Infection, dude, I'm one of you. I never had it. Don't know your problem. Wait, what was that? I don't know. Cholera. It is so bad. People live you die of you basically die of dehydration. So color can spread like people over the age of 70, 75. So like pretty soon for you. Yes. They died. Yeah, they died. Jesus, they died. So it's so the guy in the hospital who cleaned my. I wouldn't want to go in days. Yes. I waited on. Not good. It was not good. I've been lucky. I've been super lucky because I don't get sick very often. Meningitis. I've had something. We were in baby fast. We were all raw food diet, and there was a food market. And actor. Now, what does that mean, John? It's just shit like throw up. Yeah, I have the Giardia. All those get in a while. Like that we have sanitation and what a huge development that was for human health, nutrition, and then vaccines. Those three we don't have the problems that we usually used to. Most of the world did forever. Well, there's a reason you poop, it goes underwater and shoots a long way. Yes. Because that's why, dude, if I walk into a porta potty, it's the biggest emergency of all time. Like of all time. It's got your only decision. It's hot. Teenage kid comes out. Shit, anywhere, dude. Planes are bad too. Planes are fucking bad. Planes are bad. People. So I'll know too. Like when it's an early morning game, we leave at 6 because I take my creatine like pre-workout before we hit the road. I'm like this creatine's gonna hit in about an hour. I'm gonna use that porta potty. At least it's early. Creatine does nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I take so much. How much do you take? 20 grams. Why do you take so much? Well, I do. I think it's amazing. Hey, see if that does something to your kidneys. I think it's supposed to increase your brain. Yeah, it's good for your brain, good for muscle recovery. Yeah, apparently though, when you're bigger, but apparently like 5 to 10 milligrams is good for your brain. But then when you take more, it can be a little bit. See what it says. I don't know if I'm right about this. No, it doesn't. I don't think it'll take right now. Not cause kidney damage. No. Well, high unnecessary doses, 20 grams a day for extended periods can put extra stress on the kidneys. Yeah. Stress on the kidneys. Yes. Be a little bit careful. I mean, for 10 years, giant bus. I still drink your what? Hey, Grandpa? Hey, Boomer? Hey, Boomer? I'm not a boomer. I'm not that old, actually. I'm not a boomer. You're Gen X. I'm Gen X. Are you on the cusp? I'm 99. Yeah. It's just boomer takes. How are you feeling about 60? I think about it every 15 minutes. I was like, he's like, I peeked into it. Yeah. He was like, the club manager's like, man, it's weird getting sent. There's a rodeo. I was Florida, Georgia. It was white. And I go, this rodeo's in town. Luke, whatever his name is, right? He's playing at the stadium. I'm like, that's not my fan base. Yeah. Excuse 10 million people here. Yeah. I just rodeo next room. I'm like, this isn't about you. I called Brian from Macau. There's a gymnastics tournament down. And you were kind of fine. I go, buddy. Just like, hey, it's just like all this film was in Birmingham. That's a great show since. Yeah, but you remember that? Oh, yeah. I had no idea that NASA was a concert. Yeah, oh, yeah. And so the first time I was there was a table, and I wasn't expecting to see Indians and Asian. I wasn't expecting to see South. Now there is some Alabama. Oh, for sure. And I had a table full of Alabama, and I did this joke. I go, I'm not going to make a difference. My zero emissions engine sucks. Trying to get protons to stick to my hand, my CPU is like pulling teeth. The electrons are like, I'm going here, and the protons. Anyway, sorry, that's a physics joke. People aren't educated. And usually go out, and this woman goes, speak for yourself, motherfucker. I'm educated. Just this real Southern girl, she took that shit serious. I was like, whoa, hey, you missed my ironic joke. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Define ironic. When was the last time you did that?
That's funny. Shout out to that Alabama lady. Yeah.
Because in the South, that's a bit. Or you're just dumb redneck. Buddy Caulfield, redneck or dumb? Yeah. You're like, whoa, reference, dude. Cool, brother. Yeah, that's cool. Movie reference, you fact, be back to the yeah, if you call like Fields were South, Caulfield, because we used to be seeing each other, and it's a big fun for me. Stuff. If I had to shut it down, really? When I got called a redneck, he's like, it's not my bad. Well, don't call me dumb. No, it's trigger each other. Whoa, we don't reference, brother. Yeah. Did you give a movie reference? You thought he and I would do it. No, that's true. Yeah. Wait for it. Said, yeah, if you call me like Fields, proper South, Caulfield, done. Because we used to be singing roast each other. And it's a big fun for being down and all that stuff. If I had motherfucker. I didn't know it was trigger for you again. But I got called a redneck because I the morning. Don't call me redneck. Yeah, well, don't be dumb. I don't like you. But we're insulting each other. I thought we were roasting each other. Yeah, we're both dumb. Yeah, there are certain things where you're triggered. Yeah. What's your thing? Right? I know who I and I, but I think that
I think we don't like hold certain things in front of the world where you have to defend yourself, right? Like, so I think a lack of respect. A lack of respect. If I think you're being serious or you want to really do something, like we fuck around with each other, right? If I see somebody and they're trying to belittle me or they're actually being mean, like if they're doing it and they're doing it publicly, or they're insecure and they do that, then you're like, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna go.
Like, we're serious and joking. I've gotten that from being on stage and talking to the audience. When I'm on stage, there'll be times where I'll talk for like a minute and I'm like, I get it. I just do a lot of, right away. It's like, shitty. But this is not the problem. We keep going. But there's some people like, why'd you let that person go? They were drunk. They weren't doing well enough. I know how this is.
I hear somewhat from some reason. I have other flaws, but I don't. Yeah, but I don't take those. I've never taken certain things personally, even personal insult. I think part of it is that it can be mistaken for push over, but I have to. They are having a problem. I'm a very fair person. I don't. When I see it, I go, something. Okay, what's going on over there? Yeah. What's happening?
It's the same thing with kids. Like Tigers having this. I don't know why kids want to pick on Tiger. There's this kid in the neighborhood. He's a good kid. He's not really mean. He's picking on me. All right. My first instinct is violence.
Inappropriate.
Stop. And you're not just sucking him in the face. It's going to stop. Because he's towards you. Because he thinks you're going to put up with it. How long is it going to go? He's like, if you wait, hold on. And I battled that. Oh my God, it's my bad. My sister's dad. And I said, buddy, but think about it. This kid, but his parents haven't put this. So he's probably a baseball, football player. So he's doing like go, maybe that's going to play catch and help him throw the baseball. And you're going to get his guard down. Now, if he doesn't play baseball, he's still doing things. I'll tell you what, punch him in the stomach. Early on, also, and I learned this on with the unfortunate incident. You never have any in that kid's house. You never know what he's not doing this because he's happy with it. Yeah, see, that's how I always approach it. I've learned that at 45. We both have, right? I mean, now I'm down to 5. Yeah. Now I'm at the point where I'm 42. I've done the nice thing. You always had to eat shit because you're like, well, so especially out here. Oh, especially. Dude, if you hit somebody, you wouldn't hit him. No. You wouldn't hit him. You go like this. You go like this. And you go like this. You grab your body. And you go like this. They just bring you in like a bow up. And then you have your ass sick. I'm going to reach your diarrhea. Yeah. No, but my thing, like, if, let's say I had an issue with the comic when I was doing stand-up, if I would have hit that person at the comedy store at the Improv or Laugh Like You Know, I told you, that's what can't happen. So I never did it. But now I step back, if those people continue to talk shit, I see on the street, and that's like, what's up, man?
The best was watching shit.
Oh, not these days.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Oh, no, not these days.
No, the best was watching, and I love him. I love Nate, yes, I love him. But watching you in Gucci boots and Nate calling you pussy, and you going, no problem. And you kind of
we're trying to be cool. Dude, what did I do the other day? Oh, that's right. What? I go back and look at that clip every now and then. It's so fucking funny. You should let him do volume punch me, motherfucker. That's the one that fucking. Here's my deal. Qualified, whatever you want. I'm down. 50 pounds on our TRT. Look, they put us in a record. My job before Showtime, the reason they hired me was to convince the public that Conor McGregor had a chance. That doesn't mean I actually believe it. It doesn't mean that athletes are saying. That doesn't mean I was picking it over you. It has nothing to do with you. So that's it. You athletes are sensitive. You know, we athletes a long time ago. Ortiz retired. We did a roast. It was like first, right? And I was like, "Are you sure you won't do that?" Because most athletes have asked. Yeah. But it's got to be somebody so like Brady. Got pissed. He got pissed at Tony Hitchcock. He didn't like. Actually, he motherfucker. Yeah, the divorce stuff. Oh yeah. He's a gay motherfucker. Well, Tony, anybody, Humber's very sensitive about it. He's a sensitive guy. Like I don't know. It's like he looked over at Tony. He's like, "Be careful, motherfucker." That dog kind of kicked. I gotta tell you, here's where I'm at. I give a fuck what anybody says. I really do. If you're gonna threaten me or if there's gonna be some danger, you're fucking with my wife or my kids, that's different. But it doesn't, but like online, at this point in time, but we're more battle tested. It's like, when it's so much like, all right, there's nothing you can do. A lot of people love me, a lot of people hate me. What do you even, but also, you don't know me. No. Now, if it was somebody you knew, like your brother or a comic that you knew that you keep around the road together, then you're like, whoa, what the fuck is this? Yeah. But people that don't know you, it's like, and even then, sometimes people are hurt and they're lashing out because you did. See, that's not an excuse because there's also, there's I'm saying like it's but then some people, yeah, that. But I'm saying if it's an unknown person that's doing the same, people go, well, you don't know what they're going through. I don't give a fuck. That's just a bad person. I don't take that. Like, I've never taken it seriously. No. Random somebody who doesn't know me. It doesn't. I can't. Now, sometimes for fun, I'm the youngest of 4 boys, and I grew up bothering people. Right? If somebody says something online, and if I have an extra issue, I might just know they're in their house mad. That kind of gives me a partial hard on. You know what happened to me in Denver? I didn't tell you. Mel, who works at comedy. Yeah, she's great. She's an older woman. She's from New York. And I was in a breaking Kathy by you here. This, like, I thought we hit something or I don't know, somebody ran it, and it was a guy who he was kind of a stock class kind of guy in his 40s. I went, what the fuck? He said she hit him in his car, which she didn't. He was trying to car, she got close. And she said when you backed up, you hit my truck. I would have felt it the day we touched it. Boom, it hits it. And I fucking got out of the truck. And I say I did. I go, what the fuck? It was so good. I go, what the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't touch my. And now I'm in a space like this. I'm gonna fight this guy in the snow because I you know my temper. I saw him, and then I realized he doesn't want to fight. He's kind of in the wrong. And I'm mad, and also I should fuck. Some confused. So I walk in like shout, and then I think hey, we're both men of a certain age upside here. Somebody's gonna pull a muscle. Somebody's gonna pull a muscle. You want to fight? It's snowing, and it's morning, and nobody
wants to do this. He's kind of tough too. I'm gonna have my hands full. He works with his hands, probably a bricklayer or something like that. So it's already like, what the fuck are we doing? And then he goes, yeah, whatever, man. And he gets back and I go, I said, yeah, you fucking, I'll get back in my truck. And something like that. And he goes, you don't even know, it's not even a truck. SUV, whatever, I don't give a fuck. That's how and he gets it. We both idiots. But he figured it, and he should have. That was so great.
I can imagine, because I drive with Jacob, and he's got that young man anger on the road. I'm like,
Yeah, get at it. Oh, don't do that.
It's not.
Steve Burns like that. I'm like, Steve, I love so much. He's all down fight. You're not a fighter. Steve, you're not a fighter. He's ready to go. He got his jaw broken. That Armenian guy. Yeah, he goes, we want to ride. The guy's like, in a minute. So, Steve goes, what the fuck? And I guess Steve spit. He didn't mean to, but the guy goes, spit on whatever. And Steve goes, what the fuck? And the guy was kind of a big guy. I go, broke. Jesus, wire shut, or like that, you know. It's like, guys like that.
Steve, when I was living in Nashville, at my show, the best. And by the way, on with him is, he's a marketer. Steve Burns, when people say, I hear people talk crowd work. I would say mind your business and let people entertain their crowd. It's not your crowd, so why do you give a fuck? But what Steve does, Steve doesn't. Some crowd work people do the same jokes, right? Steve's new it's legit crushing. He's crushing. We had to take him and drop him off in his front yard. And just drop him out of the Uber at Waterford. That's right. Loves McDonald's. Yeah. That kid spent. He lives in Nashville. He lives in Nashville. He lived there before. Yeah, most of us, yeah. But dude, he's the capital of Maine. Yeah. Between Nashville, I like Knoxville. We looked out there. We looked here, and we looked at Vegas. But Vegas for us was Who else is in this place? Alonzo Bowden. Bowden's got the Bowden's up there. He's good, man. But he's the same as me. I'm like, oh my. How's he making? He's still doing chores. He's also doing. Here's the thing. He's got a wife and kid. Way into that. Because nobody's retired. Why would I do something different? Yeah. I mean, like, and I would just do. Have you had any shows recently? Animal Channel Family. They ran on. Wow. Yeah. That's the only first time he was being such a heckling dick. What? You were on stage? That's my TRT. I don't know what people are dicks. What was they mostly? What are you fascinated? I just got killed. Yeah, I just got yeah, but I wasn't. Yeah. There was a moment that I saw him between shows and he was walking towards me, and I saw him and he did me, and I turned around and the other way. Again, it was out cold. I want to fight the cold. I'll fight. Yeah. And I was mad then, but I go when you're stressed, you don't have to fuck very true. What's up, dude? You want to take your anger out. That's 100% true. Yeah. There was a time when I pulled through the work of my shit where I promise you, I would have fought anyone
going to punch them immediately.
You say something.
A dick.
You gotta go out and dick something.
What?
You're saying dick. I was slide for God.
No pun intended.
Wait, do you have the guy who wants to like?
No, I don't fight. I'm not that guy. I'll avoid it. I get mad immediately, and then I'm talking at the beginning like this guy. I'm like, I don't want to do this. Like, I immediately. I don't really have an anger. When I was younger, no, I wasn't crazy. I was sensible. That's why I'm not in jail or dead or any of that stuff.
You just want to put all the.
You're more apt to do something irrational.
Yeah. So from stress ends up with drugs.
Oh, it does.
Not fighting.
What kind of?
Not like my drugs. Like I take mushrooms, smoke weed, acid every now and then some ketamine. I'm sober.
Yeah.
But I 3 years before I go on stage on Friday night.
You take it.
Like a lot.
Wait.
My Friday night.
But frequency is.
So before my Friday, this is a Friday night late show. So this Friday, tomorrow night, every Friday night late on the road, I take 3 grams of mushrooms and I go on. And it's amazing. It's the fucking best time. I don't know. People like it. Do they have like I don't know. I had a house. There was one he takes he's the DVD. There was one time on stage. It was actually I kept talking. And then I turned around and I was like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He had been on stage like a half hour.
When I moved out, 3 grams. Oh, it was. You're done mushrooms. Oh, you would love those. My those a long time. I'm 7 grams of mushrooms.
Yell out some obscene words.
Yeah,
And farting nonstop.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. At a ceremony with people with propellers. It was not. It didn't go well.
It's outside. You can't say the word you want.
I was screaming lots of things that are absolutely inappropriate.
How are you naked?
I don't remember anything. No, I wasn't naked. I was farting out. And I thought I was trying to get somebody's attention. I was trying to attention to me to get me out of hell, so I was saying the most outrageous stuff because nobody was listening to me. And then I was asking for a manager because I was in hell and I needed to speak to a manager to get out because I hit the portal. It was that a kid that asked that kid.
Were you a mushroom taker? You asked for it.
Well, I took 3 grams of Mother Earth's vagina. It was unbelievable. I was talking cheating. It was great. And then they invited me to partake in more medicine. And I took 4 grams. It went very bad.
That's a huge jump,
I don't remember any. When I tell you I don't remember any, I don't think you do. My friend told me what happened. My other friend ran away. He took off.
High on mushrooms?
Yeah, my friend freaked me out because he freaked out and said, we have to get out of here now. And he was pulling me to my feet. And I was like, I was also going through shit.
But didn't you do it to like...
I was in a bad state of mind.
That's not a time to take mushrooms.
I was in a bad state of mind.
If your mind is in hell, that's where you're tripping.
If your mind's in hell, yeah. And my mind's not good.
Yeah, mushrooms for me are my absolute favorite. The next day I'm fine, and I feel like no hangover, but I also feel like calm and like at peace after I take this. And being on stage. And sometimes I'll be like, let's see where this goes. You guys ask me some questions. Interesting. That's good. As long as you're having fun. Oh my god. Oh, I went to the dentist yesterday. It's horror show. Because I go outside the dentist, my wife forced me to go. So I go, the guy was place 11 years. He's like, oh, what's up, Mustang? Like, oh, this is cool. Let's go. Well, we know each other. And then, I'll be honest with you, man, we don't even do that with technology and x-rays and all this stuff. I can tell you what's wrong with you. Just from all the pictures. We'll say that. Your pictures with like just 17 crack, 16, 18 crack, 19 crack. All my the back ones are literally cracked out. Because like, he's like, well, we got to think. So it is what it is. Tradition is knock it all out. Well, whoever drives home from there, ask you personal questions. That's it. You'll answer. Yeah, I know. So be very careful about who's driving you home. You better go pick him up. Yeah. Because you're just gonna. I don't need that. Anesthesiologist was to call today. I'll schedule appointments. Like, yeah, I'll be more than an hour. By the way. Yes. He's right telling me out. Yeah, he's 6 hours. Yeah, it's going to be a manual process. Once he gets in there, it's going to yeah. What are they going to do with the crib? They're going to replace it? Well, they got to probably cap them. Yeah. They're going to have to grind your teeth down and then cap them. I hate I don't mind the sound of the drill. It's the smell of the. I hate it all. I fucking hate all of it. Yeah. Boys, I got to run. Maybe 2 hours. But, in a minute, 1 second. Let's wrap it up. Brother, you're going to be at Cap City. Yeah, Cap City, man. Well, we love you, man. I love seeing you guys. I want to let you know how happy I am for both of you. Dude, great to see you. It's great to see you. You're still one of the funniest dudes, man. I know I reach out to you every now and then, but because we're around the same age, you're still doing it. But I love watching your clear session. I think they're TRT boys. Boy band is not the worst idea. It's not the worst idea. Which one of us is the dancer? I'm the sexy one. Right. I'm the dancer. Come on. Take that. Yeah. Cap Cities and June City, the comedy bar. You're all over, dude. Well, we love you, man. Irvine, California, dude. I will. I can't tell them. Go watch my new tweet. Okay, it's Gone Wild. It's available now, all 4 episodes. Hit it, Jen. It's about kids. Watch this video. That's the BFD stands for Bigfoot's dick. Super rare voice. Maybe overfill transalter? Or in blowing dreams. We're gonna see if we can make it for your job.
They're getting all over him. On tight.
Gang.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. I don't know. You know, band members who are telling stuff. Yeah, we're just talking about. You hum a song just like around and like like the cocaine song. If you do that, you get flagged on YouTube. Desperate for that. Gross. Hum a song. You can't go. What are you talking? You can't even help. In the future, you're not even gonna be able to fall in love and charge you for it. How do you do that? No, you won't be a person anymore. People updated. People come out their bot. Ever? Yeah, well, what they know. Keep it. Yeah. Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that. Let me think about it. You're the fucker every day to keep her alive. You don't just start shriveling up on you. Oh, she's almost up there. So she's a Latina yourself. Right, you're just gonna keep her plump. You gotta keep her. You gotta keep the juices flowing. You guys haven't signed up for that. Okay, I can tell you how to do that. But day 5,026 in a row, you're like, oh my god, I can't do this. Yeah, and she's dying. Why is she dying? She's electric, isn't she? She's only 3 days with no country. I don't know. I have to let your buddies fuck her just to like keep her alive. Oh, that's gonna be gross, Joe. It would be. It would be sad and stuff like that. And I like you, bro. You're like, oh, yeah. Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna come over there. We're getting close. See those ones they have with the patrol in Vegas? The dancing ones? No, it's AI. That's a robot. That's pretty late. It's like community. You know what I mean? Yeah. To that awning, welcome to like paradise. Go through this, all the houses and this other shit. Yeah, it's in the dark, right? It's in the dark. That's just like hitting oak, exactly. Or Hunter's Land or Racist Cove or whatever. The fuck robot has made it through onto your street. It's just not at your house yet, and it will be in 5 to 10 years. My kids aren't fucking robots. I'll tell them. If you have kids, they're gonna fucking robot. No, they won't. They won't be able to stop them. All their friends are gonna be able to do it and be rude. They'll be like keeping them on social media. Dad, let me get Snapchat. No, son. I want you to share your homework and your football. Come on, Dad. Come on, Dad. Let me get Snapchat. No, what do you look? Your dad wakes you up early. He's like, look, what are you little bastards letting the freaking cum robot in the yard? Which one all hilarious? Company cum, all your friends fucked it. That's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know? Maybe that's what autism is. Like severe autism. Oh, I thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the, like, the only way we can get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like, you know, alien-esque, things start to feel alien-esque here, is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society is based on money, capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things get really right. You think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions, a lot of have to do with vaccines, different medications, different chemicals and pollute different things. And one thing we could all So let's not put the blame any one of these industries. But there's something going on where more people are getting autism now than ever. And almost positive that it's coming from us. That we did something. Human society. Well, if you think
Eating
about us
style
into something new,
regarding
right?
Alzheimer's. That is to
Eliminate everything
things
for hours and
big the
kind of
entire world.
social detachment, new technology.
Many
And we're
religions
learning
just
that,
off
like, we're thinking it's like further into the stuff that
Judaism,
we need to make it.
and
And all the stuff that's involved in
for
capitalism.
people who don't want to
like
be
wine,
Jewish, they don't have to be. That's a choice. They can be Noahide.
The pesticides do or the chemicals.
It's too limited. That the real end goal of Zion
One day it's not one of you spectrum society. Like there's no point to be like one. It's like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization. And I feel like it was. I agree, right? So then it's like those, and then if you don't have rising, this an emotional uprising out of people of like like this is wrong because I think like when you get real data based and like that kind of like tis a mess type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this digital landscape and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense? It does
and say that there is a world
I know a lot of people
for both Jews and non-Jews,
just being online all the time.
and it should be voluntary. But if you want to be Jewish,
that's the scary part. Is
there is nothing stopping you from being Jewish.
Right.
If you want to live according to halakha, Jewish law. Also means that many in Israel who may have life are still not Jewish and need a conversion. And there's nothing wrong with that. For a united world, we need
like there has to be some sort of a pathway from territorial primates, something new, right? Does it? I think so. Yeah, because organisms, everything general direction, more complex. Okay, right. That's fair. So it's moving in a general direction, more complexity. Technology that we're making, like we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accepted that in a better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill video games, just stare at screen, doesn't really need a lot of human content. One of those fucking data waves or whatever those fucking tech monkeys or whatever. Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking everything. Natural. Yep. They had to do with the mic. They kept updating on his watches like your next still broken or with cock ring. That was crazy. It's like his real. You blink twice. Yeah, like shoots blood in your nuts. It's just like all too. But it's something that I'm controlled by a small amount of people, which is always scary. It's always scary when a small amount have insane amounts of power and wealth. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Look what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people that are involved are all like heavily left-wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. And look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction.
you could also
Censorship
make the
on social
argument
media.
that using technology in the future, Jews have
shared mitochondrial natural lineal DNA. A way to do that with some type of city, and that non-Jews, the entire world becomes Jewish, but force not any person. It is part of our free will.
Response to that, but never really took off, right? Nothing took off yet. Not, there's some people that are on threads, and there's some people on truth, but the reality is, you're not on Twitter. You're not really trying to completely control knowledge. But the political party, when Trump got elected, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side, and he does seem like a very left-leaning guy. And they're all just. So that's what makes me think, oh, none of these guys are really on a side. There's the birds can't see that it's just kind of commandeering or feeding or like infiltrate sides. If I can hum a song now, I'd hum a Pink Floyd song. Money. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because that's what. People are fucking moving out of all these states. They're trying to impose wealth tax. They're trying to steal money from the people that
Either
are
rise
successful.
or not, who
I was reading
have
something
said
about
that
Massachusetts.
the entire world may one day.
Because people say they're been the old lady, you know, now she's people. Who cares what her name is? Of course, you can't just arbitrarily decide someone makes more money. They deserve more money. And one of you should tell them you correct.
That does not stop
So your
at
solution is what?
a river or a set of rivers or whatever. It
You're a bunch of bitches.
encompasses
You're
the
in
entire
charge of all
world,
the money in the state. That's dumb.
and
That's why Chevron out of
that is
California, out of
no
California,
one
and In-N-Out
has to
moved
pay
out of
because of
California,
this.
he moved out, we moved out of
Everything should
California,
be
but we're people. We're
voluntary,
We're
but
smart.
in an ideal world
But it's like, you can't
is
just
one where
say,
everyone is
we're
united,
going to take more money.
perhaps
For
by
example,
DNA
billionaires.
and religion
Especially, dude,
and
what has happened, like,
national
with
pride. And it is just a matter of time until
there's no follow-up to it. There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long? They knew. Bro, you want to know what's real bad? What's real bad is like the amount of money that California has wasted. If their solution is to try to tax people, have you ever seen like what they
please
do with the
make
high-speed
this
rail?
as a 10 out of 10 sound
They
mix
spent billions of dollars.
from a
There's some
logical
guy who broke down
sound
how much
position.
how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took California to do their high-speed rail. And it's actually funny. I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. It's fucking, yeah. But now it's the same stuff. Yeah, it's different. But, no, China, dude, they're doing, dude, it's weird when you start thinking, hey, China looks like a good place to live. Dude, I think got their shit together. Tell you that. A lot of these places we can't, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job. to the win.
How was
Hey,
your day?
Rabbi.
How was your day?
Okay.
What up, baby?
Hold on.
Kicking ass, taking aim. How about you?
A little bit of Rabbi, I got good news.
What's up, Tim? I sending you an invite. I really like Trick Shot that much because I don't really I don't focus like uh the shot as much. I just kind of hope that it goes in. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you gonna go? You have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3. That was good.
More over to the 20. 100. But then that whole lot thing cool.
Start with when they $1 million.
So, only 0. So,
Oh, that's super. You're basically that.
so would you the person who does died 21? Someone who made $100 million at 20 dies at 21, or someone who dies?
That's the greatest shot I've ever had.
Are you gonna answer my question?
No, dog, that was such a good dog. Dude, you didn't see that shot.
What would you rather?
Okay. Well,
Die for $100 million at 20 to 21.
I don't know. I mean, you're okay then. Single doesn't really have anything to do with it necessarily because extremely sad with children. Um,
What does that mean?
whatever the happier life is, dude, that's the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter about years lived or anything else. A happy life is what everyone wants.
I think your happy life is based on people.
Okay. How'd you like my win shot?
Yeah.
Did you see? I planned that. I hit off one wall, I went in. Dog, record that. Just a moment. That was such a good shot. Bing, bing, bing. That was so good, dog. All right, now shit, because it's not as, in my opinion, like I won there, but I was trying. I mean, like I didn't even mean for that to happen. I'm gonna hit a Zoot. Zoot, we're done. And later, can learn not to speak like that.
Spain, I feel like, is taking their shit. True. They're this is actually fun when you see Harrison, which like what China's done, and she's just working hard. She's like, showed up and just got it done for me. You can tell she just like is a hardworking lady. I admire her hardworking. What about hardworking? But no, yeah, that's it, Jim. Well, they should look at this. Things that happen. Just one of those. Is that Hockey fell off.
Building the California high-speed rail. China's entire high-speed rail network, 30,000 miles. Our LA and SF segment is taking them to Dubai, going from barren desert wasteland to barren culture wasteland. Timothy Chalamet's entire existence. iPhone 1 to 17 and some internet. Follow for more bullshit.
I love that. That's Harrison Funnel. That's crazy as dollars a time. They go, we're working on it. Yeah. But everything is fraud. You're starting to realize it's all fraud. It's not fraud, it's waste. And it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working, but the people don't do anything. Dude, and we can't even fucking keep the TSA workers. Dude, I fucking snuck a handful of goldfish from fucking TSA worker today, the edible ones. Just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there. You're not giving some goldfish? Yeah, they're not even getting paid. I know. They just started getting back pay. But still, it's just with the fact that that's like a crazy. Like that they're the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. They got shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid? I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars. Shit like that. Put your fucking all the ass kids up there and let them go shed blood. Especially dude looking kid up there. That shit makes me mad. Why? I think there's also a problem. The people that I talk to that have served overseas and have been involved and deployed in the military operations and seen a lot of shit. A lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been, don't know where you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not still direct, because there are some people, like clearly Netanyahu's been, involved. He was like a special forces operator in Israel, and clearly he doesn't mind going for war. He answered every hour from a cancer among men ages 15 to 30 is National Testicular Cancer Awareness, and Manscaped is paying $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to sing a special edition TCS All Hero Bundle. This includes the Lawnmower 5 Ultra TC Edition and Special Edition Tears 2.0. Join the over 5 for 15/TS. To learn more how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Calls. I think most Lord the unique term. Fucking terrifying. I mean, I would call it what they're doing right now. Yeah, because Iran is that's war. It's a real enemy. You know, it's a different. Are they into America? Well, what they are is the largest country in terms of like state-sponsored terrorism. They're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you gotta think why. You know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology. It's scary because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like an organized country. Mini skirts. Oh, yeah. You see that video from the 70s of Iran? Bro, everybody was popping. It's just popping. What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office, and they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country. Well, they Hezbollah's right? I don't know exactly. When Hezbollah trade was doing fine before we monkeyed with it because they were not enough of the money from the oil. The British Petroleum Company, I think, put it into perplexity of Iran. They're being overthrown. I think it was like we see like how it all played out and why today. Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too. And you're surrounded by bigger and that all have nuclear weapons. You don't even have them. We're trying to make them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. But Israel gets to have them. Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly. Everything's allegedly. Allegedly. Except for the genocide. They don't officially have them. Right. I don't give a shit. They officially have them. It's a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons. JFK. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left country before they killed him. So, the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, is a mass uprising in Iran, the Shah's monarchy in 1979, based it within the republic led by Ayatollah Khomeini. Ruko. I want you to go back to the national, asking a question of what were the events that led to them trying to net their oil. Here it is. That's not it. What was banned real opposition released to Cyril Jim? I've just been to ask another question. What were the events that took place when Iran tried to nationalize? Ask that question. When Iran tried to nationalize oil. Fuck, or I'd rather walk if this is shit that's going to come out of all of it. The problem is it's not just oil for your car. It's everything you use. Plastic is, these petroleum-based chemicals are responsible for medicine. But it's also getting in our nuts now and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that? Yeah, here it is. So Iran's nationalized its oil in the 1950 confrontations. Saddam Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. How do you say his name? Mossadegh. Let me see. Mossadegh. And Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, the key events of the oil money
before the Perplexity's fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But bottom line, people are making a lot of money over there in oil, and they wanted most of it and boxed out. And then they wound up with a fucking psychotic taker. And look back on what it was like when it was a westernized country. Like, we should have fucking supported well back then.
Do you feel like we used to do things that were better and then we got
Here's the tinfoil hat. I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. This is basically Iran trying to take back its oil. The British moved up in secret to crush that idea and sent to the rest of the world. Britain had built its empire Navy on cheap Iranian oil via the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later British Petroleum Company. So when most of London saw a direct threat to its global power and profits. The leads of countries in the Middle East would beyond what copy destroying Western oil monopolies. So countries, remember this thing in Venezuela thing happened real quick when they're kidnapping a dude. Like the Rothschild system, whatever. Have you seen that thing? I have not. Like the countries that are still not on this or something. This is tinfoil stuff. I don't care. I'm scared. Well, it's a scary time because this is a real scary war. People come up and people that. I was going to go for yesterday. There's a man in there. He was driving before. He's like, you have a voice. He's telling me stuff like that. No, don't take us anymore. Start taking over. You rent a car, motherfucker. I'm not renting a car. Why don't you rent a car? You don't rent cars? Oh, you think I'm going to go get the renting a car is insane. You have to check under stuff. Renting, dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car, and we got a hit on it like a pretty good day. And we caught a bitch and had it shit over the tent to fill it in. Whatever. This is a true story. Yeah, we did. Caught a bitch. Bro, he raised the yeah, but he had fucking autism in his hands. That's what years. You don't think idiots are the dumbest burger ever, dude. And just put the shit over the net. Yeah, you hang it over. Oh, the shit. I think this is that we're talking about. Dude, these fucking bitches shit all day. They just hold them there until they're done. Yeah, we some kind of shit cup or whatever. Yeah, we fucking put it over there. That's why God wants you to help. That's my insurance. Oh, okay, this one's all fucked up. That's not fair. That's because he has American healthcare. Dude, well, here's what I want to know. Like, I guess, yeah, like, yeah, I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared, and it makes sense. Well, they should, because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. You know, there's a lot of fraud, and you're seeing at the highest level of government. And people are also scared because no one's getting in trouble for things. Like, no one's getting in trouble for the Epstein files. No one's getting in trouble for, yeah, that's almost disappeared. Well, that's a social thing. One thing that past that leaders have used those. They're cover as a funny. I would leave to do it. If you're not psychotic, you know,
thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done. Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu won war, so he could stay.
First, people call him the Yamame Hitler.
What are you talking about?
I'm not saying that that's why they people have always done that.
People call him the Yamame Hitler.
But you might be able to justify. People have always done that. Power. And even Bill Clinton said that about that. Bill Clinton said that Yahoo wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, he does. People count on us. Wait a second. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Was something not drunk?
Okay, yeah. Well, this is a scary time.
Because people are willing to blow people drones and missiles.
So we have a healthcare is maybe not good for us, and then we have a healthcare system that'll just kind of take care of you, right? So then you start to create this other, like you're gonna need your autism gang, you're running shit, but then you're gonna need this sort of like mollusky sort of like the worker bees, and that's what the rest of them start to become is worker bees. You know, you're on the antidepressant, the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? Like the opioid epidemic, like you broke apart so many families and ruined hope and so many like kids and parents and like the COVID where you shut down recovery rooms and play eating, and so they were so disconnected. And then it's like you start to wonder why there's no uprisings, because there's no rising up inside of it anymore. But your vitriol has been killed. People are jerking off in the bus, even just on car batteries. Some of the videos online, but car batteries, people come on.
What happens when you hear?
Explode. Oh, now I gotta be grounded. Yeah, right. That's a real fucking.
I don't want that Joe coming back in. Imagine if it was like one solid stream and there's something. Made it back to the tip.
But dude, that could happen to that robot if you try to hook that. Oh, that's short of out.
Those old folks that would blow up in people's cooking. It was one of the new series. Like it's on fire if you left your
people would always get it next to them. Just that it feels like just a hurt. We just have to start. I think it's a time where like we have to try and work on our and like look at. I don't know.
No, you don't sound pretty good. You was trying. I think you're on to something. There was some file. I didn't read a bunch of. To me, I just. Oh Jesus! It was from 90, and they were trying to think of different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated. And there were different putting stuff in food, all these different strategies. Us, America, that's another. Is that not treasonous?
Yeah, it just feels like there's no. This is how people live their entire countries and stuff like that. Like they live under this type of oppression and like it feels new here.
I want to know what exactly. Could you put that into our lovely sponsor Perplexity? Was said in that CIA document. What were they actually planning? Because it's the idea that there's people in that what you say. Fuck millions of potential in life. As it's taking our agenda through easier without them being upset. Let's ruin people's lives, or at least dampen dreams.
Wash their hopes, make them stupid and lazy, make their make pornography and let it be into the home so that it's outside energy. There's no like, there's no fucking desire inside people to overcome. It's like we have to just try and do better. Want girls to like them, more guys. But that purpose and create ultimate. The ultimate is it's almost like you're doing service, like whatever you're doing, or a carpenter, or a musician, or whatever it is. If you're doing your best, the ultimate. But you have to figure out in life. You're probably thinking declassified CIA mind control behavior modification experience like Bluebird, artichoke, that's it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run in the 1960s. Okay. Bluebird, MK Ultra, what is made people stupid? Cognition, drugs, perfect concussion for often reference alongside MK Ultra for using suborbital blast to erase memory. It's practically a way of disabling a person's cognition, making stupid in a language. We're just it feels like we're just stuck. I feel like this is not it. This isn't it. No. So let me disclose. Okay, using vaccine, ingesting vaccines. Perfect. But the conspiracy theorists are looking pretty sane right now. Okay, this is EV magazine. Okay. Just type in all they want. I don't think what you're saying, I don't think that doesn't seem like an idea to me. What's on this one? But no, it's not an American. You can't find it. If you can't find it, please do. Just look everywhere. You know things are harder to find? Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be hard to find because I think this is one of those ones that is like on X. Right. I know like people are going over it, but I don't know if you've seen the orders. I just gave some random my blood in the parking lot. Oh no, I was gonna use that for ritual. You're gonna clone you, son. Little baby Theos, like little videos that pop up. My favorite part of the video is that you just gotta bounce out of your chair. We're laughing so hard. Is this it? This is it. Okay, what does it say? Video, so it's not gonna fucking work. What is product pleasure? What does it say, essentially? That's Kim Iverson. She's pretty good. White Iverson.
Artichoke. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. In the 1977 leak of documents well, actually, the government did it. They did what they things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did it, and now some of the we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, special research were dated April 21st of 1952. Little proposes developing long-term overt drugs that could be slipped into daily life. Drugs, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that cause either agitation or depression. These chemicals or drugs that can be effectively conceived in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical medications and show about it, sneaking into the medications and sneaking out. No documents.
Still, it used to be our not breaking points. What was the show before breaking points? It all about the show. She was independent, which is how it always goes. Yeah, you can't talk to it, even though the obvious that guy's a criminal. Pretty fucking obvious that guy in front of Congress was just don't question. Oh, that's nuts that your dollars
depressing side of things, like again, therapist office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people, I think. Like one of my goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions that like make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take it in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago at school, and they fucking they gave it to me, and then I never got off because of that. I think we talked about this once. It's hard.
Yeah, it makes you.
So like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been doing things like, and I'm working with the doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Well, they say that exercise many times.
Yeah,
It's a fact. Believe me,
I wake up and do my yoga and like a 30 exercises, run in a row. That's 30 exercises. Run through the benches, and if I do fine all day, and I'm also more positive because I'm already taking care of myself in a way that
it's medicine. It's just hard for people to take because it requires effort and it requires discipline. Do arms you're not going.
we have to, and I think that's what we have to do. We just have to keep going. This is the best I've been doing.
While you are
You got
as some make it. Why not train?
I hire a dude that's cool.
That'll come out to
Touch
every
my
day.
body.
I'm gonna say no.
I never say
You
no.
know, no. Don't touch my butt. No.
I don't like
Your asshole is gonna make you want to explode. Ready to go. Knuckle deep in your bum. That's gotta happen. Like a big jack cager. Like praise on guys. They're kind of weak ball hips.
he's like, I bet you your butt. You're like, that's it. Okay, why do you suggest that? One time, if you were doing like it, you would kind of spot, he would help you from the elbow, kind of. But when I noticed this one time, it was different.
But it was right behind you. You know, you blocked it out.
I know all the dicks I've ever seen in my life. Dude, Jesus Christ. Honestly, I've been count two of them are kombucha bottles. This group. He is such a he is kombucha. That's all he is. Business words from like nobody is gonna touch my elbow. He would kind of like he would do a slight like massage on him, and that's when they kind of they did. And I was so sad. Sad. Almost. Boy. And like, they grabbed for him. You want to take off. And I decided at one point in time, I remember you and I were young time using it. There's something. It's not. It's like these things, like album trip, I didn't bring any because I didn't miss it at all. That was me, bro. They call you. But yeah, you gotta manage it or whatever, but shit. I think out of all that are, not drug, but nicotine kind of drug, but totally functional. That's the one in the vapes that's the most addictive. And yeah. But here's the thing about them, man. They're all good for one end of the day. One for them. Good love of nature just shines upon you. Relax. It's only after that you just chase that dragon and you're not getting anything out of it. Everything you're just getting like hard, but you don't get that one feeling. It's the same thing with a cigarette. Cigarette, really what you want is the split hits. And you get that lightness of head cigarette that they sit there with their first cigarette day, a cup of coffee, like I got ideas. I got fucking ideas. Like this demands from most of the music on cigarettes. Like Tony was talking about people. People were over eating cigarettes that day. For sure, smoking pipes or what have you. When a cigarette was invented. Because if you think about it like pipes and cigars, you don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. You like take into your lungs. I wonder when at first they figured that you gotta like for sure. He wanted to suck after his cigarette, bananas. Never smoking cigarettes or drinking smoke. Christopher Columbus's crew discovered indigenous people in America. What do you mean Christopher Columbus was? Or the indigenous people? They observed indigenous people when they were drinking smoke. Going back to that, drinking and smoking. Crisco was all that shit, bro. He was all that shit, bro. You ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did? When they came to America, they would cut people off if they didn't bring them gold. They were killing babies. Like they did some horrific shit. Horrific shit. They all people because they found these people in gold. And like if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish. You know how crazy it is? Crazy it is. That's so far away from Spain. I think
trash in their cab. That motherfucker showed up at the 1500s with like dudes and 12 Mustangs. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles and pistols. So they took over the whole fucking country. I kind of crazy. Like all these years later, they all vanished. Nuts. Well, do you think we do something like that now? And what do you think's legit on? No, just with, I mean, like, out there is going to come here eventually. Well, yeah, if Homeland Security doesn't its tracks, a lot of them. It's fucked up that border being wide open, military entered into, have no idea, looking to make a better life for them and their family. But that's a percentage of them. Yeah. Just a kid, we're like, well, like the Democrats, like it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking poor kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it for their wits, right? Like, our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's like, no, it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the moment. It's just like, what is, I don't know, man. And I get you up for the president, son, you're losing your fucking mind. You think I am coming out with us? Just chill out here. Just chill out the mothership. I have to pee. I know you. But what do you think of the president? They had this big thing, this law that passed where they made a bunch of, and they found that only, it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people comply, but hey, well, they do. Yeah, they do. They get it. They used to. Well, hunters up there for sure, but there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons they recently made during Castro's kid when he was around the country. When they recently made this ban. I got to meet Castro once. I want to hear that for one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that on March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 57,000. 445, roughly 42% of what we're talking about. Oh, you know who has it on his page? Is Leon Noir. He has it here. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can't let him take. No. How would he like? Let's bring. Yeah, I saw Colin. Here it is. Yeah, this is very blindness. Cool. What's sending police to your house? The declaration period for fire. So far, only 2.5% of the estimated 2 million affected firearms declared that firearms have a management. Canada bans 2,500 types of firearms. Can't gun owners until March 31st. So if not declaring by next year, what's your plan, Minister? The plan now is as of March 31st, the time to complete the enrollment will be done. And then the RCP and other agencies will be available throughout summer to the collection. Wow. Like, speaking about dry cleaning, it's not proper to law by citizens. It's what the government decided. So, you're saying that we're seeing here, we just heard an general report saying we're short 3,400 members. We're dealing with the crime across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spread everywhere. And the RC report does not in any way using resources. These are resources, so these are those who are off duty, who maybe retire. Yeah, they answer concern that
Police officers door to door because, frankly, many police forces across the country are refusing to participate in your program.
And here's the part that should make you jaw down the floor. The Minister of Public Safety, the guy running this entire program, secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth when he said that the gun is not worth the money.
Local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' mandatory gun buyback program and says the reason the Prime Minister is
The police can't even get his face. He said they're doing it. Face of it. This was never about the words of his name.
Whatever his name was. Yeah, I'll go door to door, do the show door to door, bitch. What do you want to do? Talking about getting retired door. You're gonna get someone shot, stupid. Well, it's just like our drive now. Nobody anybody. Here's the part to me that's like chicken or whatever. No offense, anybody.
But you're allowed to sit down and chicken the armor.
They know. They are. I'm not saying anything. I know you're not, but the people think that I'm not. Yeah, I'm from my area. But you can't say spick and span anymore either. You can't say spick and span, but you shouldn't. That guy should be forced to go door to door. Go door to door. A bright vest with a circle. Yeah, I was just gonna get his name because I want to say that guy's a pussy. You go do your own shit. That fucking boy. Yeah, that little something. Yeah. And I'm gonna disagree. And that's not disagree. That's such a good one. You can't. You gotta be grandfathering people in mandatory stations. Just want people. Of course, that's what we're saying. What's happening? What's the difference? One of the big differences is we're fucking heavily armed. Right. That's one of the parts. It's a real problem with trying to take America. That, you know, the right to an armed militia. You know, from being taken over by tyrants. Well, here's what's interesting. It's like RFK was on that long ago, and he was saying that 70 off by 2%. Can't 47 eligible for military service. Yeah. So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they poisoned us much that the people that serve in the military, and now there's like I feel like these powers that be are like in this tough spot now. We're like, fuck, we poisoned them too much. Right. They can't even go spill their blood for us. You know? Well, they can't. I mean, there's enough. But they're widening these things. It's like with the ice now, they're like just like it kept getting bigger. Ice, you only have sex and training. Yeah. That's not even what you get. Like I said once. Yeah, it's crazy. We had more than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. And Mr. Ray, dude, come on, you had T-ball, your coach is just some dude who had a name. Like, that's our coach. Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament. I know. You would get fucking smoked. You would get fucking smoked. You don't know what you're doing? You barely know what you're doing. To make a bunch of mistakes. So 7 weeks of training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out the street and you're arrested. Yeah. It's like more than ever, it feels like theater. And it feels like it's been theater for a while. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Then you say something weird might happen, Jamie.
always
Is he like that?
Jim's got an ear for weird.
Even blacks are getting scared. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of like the Trump. You know, military, fascism, you know?
They see these outposts for something. They see these communities. There are people out there getting their views and shit like that you reflect them somewhere, you know? No, we like, you see, there's a lot of royal people get murdered on like, you know, in the Middle East, and I think you said it makes them hyped up, or, you know, it activates.
Well, everybody should be upset about that.
I agree.
The idea that this deal solved is so crazy. That's what it looks like. And deep into the ground, they have these missile elevators. And like the missiles are like hidden deep into the ground, where the only way you can destroy that facility is with like a nuke. And they just did it specifically knowing that they were going to get bombed.
Well, they had to, you know, they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there, and then a year later we did that or 2 years later we did that in Iran. Like, isn't that kind of crazy? Like, it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down, or they had to fire a missile down into the thing. Remember?
I didn't see that movie.
It was good. It actually was good.
I like the first one.
Oh, we made a movie too. I gotta tell you about our movie.
Oh, that's right.
I mean,
Well, let's find out what was I asking before? You did this whole thing. Yeah, what is that elevator thing that they have? They have something underground, like deep underground. Someone was explaining they have a very unique method of storage. But that's one of the things that they were just attacking recently. Like, we were dropping bombs off recently. It's in our best interest.
why do you think why throw holes over America that we do those things?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have lobby for Israel. And
That's just capitalism.
Camp uncovers Iran missile mega city.
I don't believe anything.
This shit ain't does look at video. Yeah, it's so hard to know. It's so hard to, you know, this is like, I was wrong. I think the video of that. Look at all my bombs. Look at my big pump. Look at my bombs. They go decorate up their bunch of bombs.
I'll just take a lot, dude.
Couple days ago, listen.
Oh, I've had a lot of thoughts on
Dude, on vacation from your day.
There's times I wanted to just make this feed about a couple people.
Out in the feed a couple.
Dude, it would be lunch, at least lunch for two. someone could, or they do that. Wait, this dude wasn't gay anymore. Remember I told you about that? He lost 40 pounds of fucking ribs and bed by the end of it. I got to pee really bad. Yeah, pause. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Theo Vaughn, David Spade. Busboys in theater. April 7th. Did you fucking this dude? Did you fucking do that shit with your own money? Yeah, you wild motherfucker. Wow. We wrote it and we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's no film. He did a good job. He is awesome. He really is. He's my. Yeah, no doubt. He's one of a kind. And they did. You know those, Jay? Well, no. It's in a Camp Patterson. Nice. Plus, they're just regular guys, and they're not getting one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can with that. And crazy. I mean, I think that they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And they can one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, they can get his girlfriend back. And Theo Busboys in theater April 17th. Did you this dude? Did you yeah, motherfucker. Wow. We wrote it and we did it all. There's no studios to it. There's no film. He is awesome. He really is. He's my he's one of a kind. Is that name is? You know those, Jay? Well, no. He was in a Camp Patterson. Nice, dude. What's it about? It's about two guys, and they're busting their girlfriend that, and they have to start at bus board. And that'll get very hard. What? That, and this dude, did you do this shit with your own money? Wow. There's no film. Him did a good job. He's awesome. He's awesome. He really is. He's my he's one of my favorites. Yeah, no doubt. He's one of a kind. Yeah. Bro, he was you know well, no. Who's in a Camp Patterson, Trevor Wallace. Nice, dude. What? What's it about? It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses, and they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And have to start endless voice. We'll get very far. It was crazy. I know fucking somebody said I can't miss in it. Like the street viewers are like, nah, it's too edgy for us or whatever. On the day and that stuff was. And so he's been helping us. And just to help, and it was yeah, I mean it was ridiculous. We shot it right during like the fires and the fire. Wow. So it was like they shot it in California. Yeah. Why? Exactly. But there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore. It's not crazy. Reading fucking attack. They fuck themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most known for. Hollywood, they can't even do it. It's so crazy. It's gross. It's not just talking about policies, regulations, taxes, making people just pulling up. And there's all these, you have to pay this. I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor could survive. And they don't, and they leave. A lot of guys are fucked. That was just watching. If we have some success, I'm gonna go back and reward those people, and I'm excited about that. And yeah, people, even if it just does good, then we can make other stuff, right? And nobody can tell us that we can't. Yeah, once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing. You know, gets your foot in the door. Yeah, you do a Netflix series, you do anything you want. And it's not like Dunkirk. I don't know when we really get into act like that much acting stuff, but it was just like. You know, I grew up watching Davis May. We got to do it together, and we just went down and we got it done. Dude, I thought there was all emails till the first day I showed up on set, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious. Oh, crazy. You did it. But yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and I don't want to sound I'm not desperate about it. If it does pop, doesn't, that's okay too. I feel happy that we got to do it. There's not a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of really funny movies. Yeah, I know it's gonna be fun. There's some parts that are really fun. Oh, sure. It's not like Dunkirk or like that. It's not like you said. There's other movies, but it's. I don't want people going there thinking it's like Bridges. Bridges of Madison County. Yeah, it's nothing like it. It's a comedy. It's a comedy. It's that. Okay, it's you and David Spade. Who the fuck is gonna think it's Clint Eastwood? Yeah, what's wrong with you? I don't know what people think. Great joke. It's one of my favorite movies. Congratulations, pal. You know, it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. She wants this, and he goes, Bridges of Madison County. Oh, Clint Eastwood's in it. Clint would never fuck me. That's in the movie. He's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. He goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun. Such a great joke. Yeah.
The opportunity to learn from so much data that AI AI needs human models on which, or human examples of its model child will have the opportunity perhaps to
It seems like
important single individual and global history because of how much data has been created.
like 2000.
And not only that, but Rabbi has no social media than any person. Rabbi's archived all the world history events since the pandemic. Death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king,
It's woke ideology.
peace, assassinations and assassination attempts,
And you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense.
stock market highs and lows,
A really funny movie. Like something about
everything.
Mary.
Bitcoin crashing, Bitcoin,
So good.
the price of oil changing, the price of oil spiking, everything.
Even to this day,
And this is the biggest event ever. This is like bigger than the Talmud, 2,711 folios. This is bigger than Tanakh. This is a new age epic for a new generation on video.
It's not true. It's an attitude. Do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. And you have to do it. Luckily now, man, you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
We had this bitch in 20 to be here other day, so suddenly seeds, there's just a ton of wind, dude.
That's fine. That shit happens in the real world.
For sure. I agree. It was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. You know, like I was talking to Shane about this last night. Because, you know, Shane just wrapped up tires. He was telling me some hilarious scenes from time. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that thing where it's him and his it's like his writer and the director, all buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. I asked him, like, Netflix, and he's like, no, there's no. They just make a show. They just make a show. Time for stuff like that.
Primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things.
Well, there's an opening, right? They like sit in a room full of
Economic success. Data, specifically human data, overtook the world's number one resource in 2018.
A faggot ant or whatever, like insect or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, this is just
people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films. You can't do that. You can't have. Did you see what the Academy Awards doing? Like, in order to qualify to be nominated for an Academy Award now?
Well, for the podcast thing, I know they said they didn't pay like a fee or something.
No, that's different. That's the Golden Globe.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's yeah. You didn't pay for that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog. Yeah.
Like I said, so what? Yeah, and I don't like if Joe Rogan, if
also a reason why, like, I don't want to legitimize. The guys have fucked up every form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And what did you pick? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Amy Poehler show. I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's a famous lady who just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. And she's got the #1 podcast. Like, if you guys ever listen to Radio Lab, you know, you ever listen to, like, this is some banging fucking podcasts out there. They might not be #1, but if your whole idea is, like, pick the ones that are great, that are, like, really interesting, how stuff gets made, there's a bunch of fucking great podcasts.
This is cool.
There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker's, how fun is he?
He's awesome. He's fun. He's a good dude. I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very smart guy.
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of great podcasts out there. Tim Dillon's not on that list. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's on that list, fuck off.
Get
fucked. That is the one. Yes, I consistently listen to Dylan. That's awesome. His quote on the Epstein is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car at red lights. Yeah, just he was on fire. It was the combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, wearing those goofy ranting. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I did feel like just getting beat some just fun people.
We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do. We know some motherfuckers. We really do.
It's the eventual coming here today. It's good. It just feels, these things feel kind of scary here.
Well, it's a little also scary. I keep telling you this because you're on your own. Fucking stadiums on the road and shit.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting ready. The crew. Because I have to start to practice again. Take my special role.
Shane, Tony, Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, and fucking
Brianna doing it. Yes,
it's very fun.
yeah, so I'm excited about that.
They're both at the club all the time. It's a fun comedy, man. It really is. Real comedy.
Yeah. And it's a special time.
The comedy doesn't exist in the vacuum. You know, that's why I keep telling you.
Oh, you can't do it by yourself.
Like, you ever go by yourself on the road and you have like opening acts you don't know? Oh, yeah. I used to hate go. Every now and then I met some friends. Like, that's how I met Segura. I didn't know Segura until I worked with Brother. So you do the cool motherfuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
So you do all these gigs and you're just like on the road and you go to libraries and shit or bookstores and you're like trying to watch something on TV and go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage. It's not as fun.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, and also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go on stage already laughing. You want to be upset when you get on stage.
It's competition.
It's inspiration more than it's competition.
Yeah. That's fair.
So the problem with competition is someone has to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody to lose. Then no one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you to do well. They should light a fire under you.
Yeah.
You can call it competition, but the problem with competition is one person wins, one person loses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. Comedy is that everybody wins. That's real. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is you win if everybody wins.
Well, that's one thing I've always admired. You've always been that way. Like, I'm going to pick how I can. You know, you've always been that way about young comics. And, yeah, I agree.
For me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up. It helped me tremendously. I try to pass it on times 10. It's between
Guilt would be so fun.
it's such an part of comedy. Like having this place where you can do comedy, like just trying it out on the road and fucking just like barely feeling
where an argument can be of electronics and Shabbat and Yom Tov, even holidays. Is eventually being allowed, especially after the pandemic, where many members of communities, specifically within Sephardim communities, would have live streams going on in order to be able to connect with family and unable to be at a Shabbat or Yom Tov physically. And that was a catalyst for change within Judaism, especially in a
interconnected world
Especially.
where we can't always be with each other
I always thought the
eventually.
industry was the shows on
And
Instagram, right?
it could be made that fire or combustion
Funny is
and
because it's
electricity are different.
it's crude. Like
We're not talking
like it
about
doesn't look real, so it doesn't look so fake.
anything that a prohibition of the 39 Melachot, the
which wasn't as funny. It was like creepy.
Mishkan.
And then
This isn't talking about anything like that, and especially with the rise of the smart home, and you can already use timers that having things plugged in already should not really be considered a prohibition. And many things have changed, and this was only a Rabbi who stated this in the 19th century. This is only based on their that interpretation. But especially the ability to perhaps an app that doesn't have any combustion, that doesn't light a match or a flame, that in the 21st century, you can just say the modern age, and that additionally there are a lot of things that Orthodox Jewish homes don't do that are transmitting electricity that could be considered prohibitions, and give examples like their Wi-Fi, or perhaps like even unknowingly, and they could be unknowing too, but like it's being done, or they have security cameras, even at their shul, that's archiving footage. They don't shut down their cameras during Shabbat, and give like really good examples since the time of the Tanakh, which I made again in the age of the Beit HaMikdash and but under current system, we don't. That was replaced with like perhaps give a bunch of them. That things that like the arguments could be originally the main argument against it came from the telephone, that Rabbi and their name, because it was like starting an activity and ending an activity. But we play board games on Shabbat, and that starts an activity and that ends an activity. People play cards on Shabbat, and that's many times taking the good from the bad, which is a prohibition. We make these types of leniencies all the time if we don't recognize it. You're not supposed to measure on Shabbat, but people wear wristwatches, and rabbis look at the time to ensure that it starts on time incorrectly. The batteries of a wristwatch Shabbat considered prohibited. If we were as strict as we many times make it out to be, a lot of Shabbat would be different. And Shabbat is about enjoyment. And there are already kosher phones, and there are already people who use airplane mode, perhaps, to at least change what Shabbat is, or Yom Tov. And
Shirley guy went down to California, and it's like there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state and say, I think he could go back. I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like they're just all there's
so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight.
but fuck relative. Not me. Good money to take care of.
But no, they pay you to take care of them. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom,
Oh, okay.
you can actually there's a lot of fraud. He's talking about like Medicare fraud, and he's like perpetuating this fraud.
Maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office. This is all the things that are going to happen. Unless you play this game, that kind of stuff happens.
I think it is for sure.
I think it's crazy.
To say it doesn't. I think House of Cards turns old school dick grabber past that show wasn't in it, but
A lady was in it, washing his hands, and that's
no, it was after Kevin Spacey got canceled, he disappeared for a year, and then he made a video about cannabis.
yeah, Jordan's a little bit weird. Yeah,
Very weird.
it was weird.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him
Disappeared. Oh, they died.
they died.
That's an American pastime, accusing somebody of getting killed. That's like one of the baseball now.
That's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Like there's just a drone out there waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child who got fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. Hamas or whatever. You're like, that kid's fucking 2. He's trying to move a piece of a missile off the fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type of possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were bullets that had gone down a child, just crazy,
Shot down from a drone that's
all day. There's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening.
the Palantir's involved in Gaza. Put that in a box. So how does that work? They're in an
That's it's just scary, dude, because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America's.
Have you ever seen Alex Carpenter's around the firms talks? Very odd. Very odd. So much tell them. People don't really behave that way.
To use the breastfed legs.
The government began using Palantir software in 2014. Genocide in Gaza began in 20. This is began. It said militaries use Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza.
Yeah, I don't know if this is. I know there are good sources, and this may be one I have no idea.
This is the title of this is what is Palantir, and why is this corporation so dangerous? And this is from a Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What did that website? We bring together people of all basic backgrounds and challenge. So maybe that's not what I'm looking for. I read like that. Like, what's that? CIA run company? I read the Patriot Act. You know what I mean? Yeah. What about the Guardian? Is that reliable? No, it's okay. Like, there's a bunch of different versions of it. It's in this business and human thing saying that Palantir is working on God. It just sometimes feels like your heart's broken. Like sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff. And it's not even like my heart, it feels like this universal heart, like that we're all a part of or something. It feels like it's not like I'm broken hearted, like if I was like fell out of like a marriage or something, but it just feels like there's this universal heart. There's some sadness. There's some sadness in the way the world today is being run. And America's, we're the people, the government does. Right. And it's like, I don't know, just. No, you're right. It starts to hurt, but then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something. Somebody give us a heads up. That's what they are. You think whatever information in there they want to up to become sanctioned. No longer needs human input. It's already evading human input. They've already shown the view people, they've shown the blackmail people, they've shown that it will upload versions of itself with things it's going to be pulled online with notes to its future self, embedded in software and other servers. You know, like connections to content. That's I didn't want to be like, yeah, it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like, there's no breaks. There's people warning. There's people, there's a lot of love. Yeah. Down the alarm. There's Roe Congress, Thomas Massey. Like, there should be like, he's been talking about like internet something, like some card rails or this shit. But it's like people are wondering, like, yeah, in 5 years, is money going to be worth anything? Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman? What the fuck is that? Anyway, like a June's there. Yeah. So, I sound like a sad person. I'm sorry. It's okay. Let's talk about something else. Dude, you don't sing it. Okay. Which song? Gotta have faith. George Michael song. God. They played that on the bus. Yeah. That's great. He was the gay Michael Jackson. He was a bad motherfucker, and all the girls, he just wanted that. Some guys in a park. Yeah. Just get wild out there. Like a superstar. Just trying to get in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man. Dude, great video, too. Yeah, I remember we'd be able to see what come on, dude, and it was like that song, and then, Faith and Freedom. That was the other one. All the models, all the supermodels. Yeah. And it was like, what was the other one? Or something. What was the girl in the Carlo? Right. And this was somebody else. It was like Linda Carlo. Yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. Bus. It was just like, God, that fucking motor was running. Oh, God. In the bumpy road going. I'd be afraid to get on the bus. I have to walk on backwards. Yeah, Lord, brother. Yeah. No inflammation, microplastics, dick, all American dick, ready to rock. Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, at that point, then you're sort of at a certain point. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road. That's what I'm saying. Something different. Maybe plastic for everything, plastic for technology. And it might not be a bug, it might be a feature. Like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, it ultimately leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks. Yeah, big heads and no dicks. No dick, no dick. I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro. I feel like that's where we're headed. You look at like what we used to look like. Yeah, we're like muscular. Cavemen. I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is, there's someone profiting. But Americans don't want. We don't want this. So how do we? Well, it's hard to ask you, but I just the thing is like say it. I don't think you're to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back. I don't think. I'm talking about school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point and keep living like we're living. It's going to get to that point where percent of us. And that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism. But if you're dealing
Say one of the why orthodox is only currently approximately 10% of all of people who consider themselves citizen Jews, not even including of the over on things. And if you really chance pro about 1%, so either of them huge chance, 86% more likely than not, they're so they should recognize that. Insert page breaks and don't bold anything that isn't the title. Please.
So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to make the most possible. And then there's consequences. What are those consequences? Those consequences are gender. Like, we're becoming feminized and weakened and weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, babies happening, more miscarriages.
It's it, but honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood, which is a lot of these like man-based and like white, white redneck is the worst, and
it's not the it's not. Everybody's okay. That fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool. He's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool. He's a nice guy. Everybody's cool, no matter who it is. Everybody. That's real diversity. Real diversity is like celebrating.
This is good, but you need more specific. Say the exact book or writing or whatever, and whether exact rabbis of the prohibition and all of these leniencies, of Victor Miller leniencies, and say that be justified and the Rabbis, their lives in general, no one had a television, no one had a radio in their home, and things have recognized, things have changed. And if you use anything else that isn't an electronic on Shabbat, so long as have a prohibition like sparking a flame or something like that.
And he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Like one of us, what happens? It's a more peaceful. Right there, no, but I know him alone. What's he mad about? He was a Apollo, but he's better now. Look, he played his phone. Hello, please. What's his phone about? What's what?
Exact writing of a Victor Miller about television, our declaration in the world that perhaps the Rabbbi and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and everybody else saw in modern age and recognized that maybe at their time, those conditions, prohibitions might stand, but in the modern age, that the prohibition doesn't exist. Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you.
I had a good day at work. What about you?
Lovely, thankfully. Just Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Mr. Aquarius. Hey, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I had a long day today as well. I'm surprised I'm not asleep yet. But I went to the movies.
You
What did you
did?
see?
What you go see?
They Will Kill You. It's like a horror comedy. I don't know if you've seen the preview. Yeah, it's like a horror comedy. She's trying to rescue her sister from these like this code, I guess. And this, but anyway, but I don't know. I might go see Scream 7. Scream 7, which is like another comedy. It's like a parody of scary, not scary movie. What is it? I Know What You Did Last Summer or something like that.
Uh, have another one, 7?
Yeah,
They might have a lot of movies out.
yeah, but unfortunately, I gotta go to my dermatologist tomorrow. So
I got a dermatologist too, but I have to go to the 13th.
uh, it was rescheduled for me to just go to the movies. But I didn't go to the gym today because my battery was. I forgot to.
Tomorrow.
I really want to cancel. I might cancel and just.
You know what I'm saying? They never told you
No, my insurance covers it. Appointments that I'm like,
they do it.
yeah, because I went to the CVS and I bought some white cheddar popcorn and some rice, and I'm glad I went. Both they rip off the session. It's funny because when I go to the theater again, I'm gonna go to the other one. Never check my bag. Like the only time they like, if I go to the one in downtown LA, the security guard, they'll see my snacks in there, but he doesn't. Yeah, this is why a lot of people don't like going to movies because it's like they're just focused on the money and all that. It's just a pure ripoff.
Yeah, I gotta look at the AMC thing because a lot of coworkers. The other day said there was a lot of movies coming out, like Michael.
Yeah, there's a Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers.
I gotta see that. Yep, Marvel.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for. Yeah, I can't wait for next month for the Mortal Kombat movie. That's gonna be nice.
Okay. Okay. Well, whenever you do look, I'm gonna take the Rabbi and then when you do your little sleep, you know, I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'll probably stream in like probably maybe 30 minutes because I'm waiting for my neighbor. I hope he would knock on my door because I'm paying me like $100 for it. So it's extra money, but I'll stream in like 30
And your
minutes.
park is closed?
Yeah, it's in the but I don't use it. I don't have a car anymore because I sold my car. But I have a car now.
you take Uber?
You know what? I take Waymo. Alright.
Oh, they got Waymo out there? Yeah, they got Waymo.
Oh, yeah.
Not
Oh,
right,
nice.
like waiting on
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I love Waymo. I took one today, too, on the way back. It's nice. You get to connect your Spotify to it, to play music, and it's just, it just drives
I'm not
you on
scared.
You know what? I used to be scared. I used to. I hope this robot doesn't go crazy and just drives on the bridge. But so it's
I'm talking about the food. Don't about this crazy.
oh. I'm thinking you're talking about the
my sister said they know almost and then go down and have to stop you. Stuff like that. No, that.
yeah, they said they're upgrading it. So far I haven't had any issues with it. Like it stops and it drives pretty good actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not scared of another one.
Nah, I think I've like ridden like probably over 20 Waymo rides. If they could do good out here in LA, they would just like. So I'm good at that.
I was with you more to tell.
You're welcome.
Oh, get in.
No, that was bad, Miss Aquarius. Big score, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you so silly.
Two. Get all but one.
Let's go, Rabbi. You got this. Good, strike. Point.
Get
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm.
They're just ideas that are on my mind. And so there's a website called Medium. And it allows you to write an article. Then I wrote some other articles. So that's what I was doing right before you came in. And I was in the middle of writing an article. And they're just like, they're just important to me to be able to communicate.
You win.
I win. All right, reload. So that's what I did. Riser came in, we talked a little bit, and I was up late writing articles too. Um, Especially with AI, I can just generate so much content so quickly, and I'm really proud of it. I mean, I have to revise it a bunch of times. It's still not just like I let the article, the essay be written for me. I still have to approve it, and I still have to add things to it and citations and things. You can just do it so much. Usually, when I publish an article, in the past, written an article, I spent so much time proofreading it many times, and it can just take me forever. So I really enjoy it. Give me this. Boo! Not good.
I'm okay. Yeah, so you're writing articles now.
Yes, ma'am. And so the first one was that I wrote. It's kind of a deep topic. It's a philosophical topic, but it's the idea of the ad hominem attack. Ad hominem is the Latin phrase for against. Ad means against, and hominem means the person or the man. So a lot of times, what I find people do either online or in the media or whatever is instead of arguing against someone, they just call them a name, and they'll just say, you know, you narcissist, or you egotist, or you jerk, or whatever. And that doesn't really happen. And there is a G that I wrote about. Call someone out for being a neighbor argument. There's a, especially inside that word it's used. The idea is to debunk something already is done and oh nice. There are a lot of things like nothing is deep. Nothing is case closed. Like the people say, oh, this has been debunked, and there's like a lot of parts of science. Earth was at the center of the solar system as opposed to the sun. When anybody like Galileo said, "Hey, I think it's the sun," people would say, "Oh, that's hearsay. That's pseudoscience. That's been debunked." When in reality, just given enough time, it was recognized the term debunk. I've written others. Oh, there we go. I just can't publish them yet. So
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win, Miss Squares. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated in friendship. Yeah.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
got your 550 win.
There we go. That's big time.
I finished. It's okay. You're good now. That's all you did today, Doctor. Talk about it, but you do it because you like it. You like doing it.
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, it's not just all. I mean, I wrote like 7 essays, so that's a lot. I also taught my class, and I. So I mean, I've got to say, I slept pretty late. My hours are a little still off, but that's okay. Um, and then tonight, I'm not sure if it's going to come in. We might watch a documentary, so that's cool. And then there was somebody who came in late last documentary on nanoscience, basically like really, really small stuff, which is
Mm. Okay. Two.
You're done till Tuesday, and
You know, that's it. I ordered my pizza for the bridal party. Sleepover. Yes, it's a bridal party. I guess we got like a sleepover like that.
oh, yeah. So yesterday I called it a bridal shower, and I misspoke. I knew you were talking about it, but you're like, we already had the bridal shower party. Apologies. Yes. So, what kind of PJs are you gonna get?
Huh?
What kind of PJs are you gonna get?
I get this thing like a selfie type of self like type uh
Okay.
You got enough?
Yes, ma'am. Please sage green, right?
Yeah. And then I'm coming out on your pay, so you pay tomorrow, so I'll be ordering mine. So I can have it. I'm tired of the rats. Thursday, with the sleep, saying you're up on the damn house.
All right. Well, sweet dreams to you.
And you know,
No, he was here.
oh, okay. You just say, I'm sorry, my bad.
You're okay. I said riser was your turn, so no worries.
You did say
Oh, okay.
you might have said zip, and I did, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. I'm here, that's me.
With something like saying that electricity is building, and like the final hand isn't eating a meal the final hand will blow, or ending of chakras the final hand will blow when you have kiddush. these are just interpretations, and sometimes these interpretations can be too mean. There's stuff that was done in the building of the Mishkan, I should say, Mishkan, and that's what's important, and we shouldn't lose sight over that. Are we building the Mishkan by opening the refrigerator? No. We need to think about how those things would have been interpreted by the people who were building the Mishkan. None of them would have considered opening a refrigerator to have anything to do with what they were doing. It's a slippery slope of all of these prohibitions, and I understand that rabbis were just being safe until there would be one leader, whoever that person may be, who might say, that we've taken some things perhaps to be too far. They are preventing our enjoyment, us as a people. And the fact that we are so fractured, people, has weakened us. The idea of not necessarily relaxing any prohibition. The people of the Bible would say that. The people of the Talmud that. It's been made, and it's just been to be safe. Collection of too, but there has been a that it is everywhere now. That has caused us to recognize that something needs to change because it's preventing our enjoyment on Shabbat. People stress over Shabbat, and the argument that then can change. A Shabbat, the general four space GOY, and you can say that with a Shabbat Goy, and those who don't. And especially with the electric car that could be programmed to take you from your home to somewhere else, that's a big deal. And yeah, so please, then I want you to make sure it has 10 out of 10 logic. That anyone, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, like you could even say, like put in Rebbe Schneerson and everyone else, they would be like, yeah, there has been a change. And perhaps the change is with the change of going from analog to digital, which happened where there was digital data archived in society. That occurred. We're in the new digital age. We're no longer in the analog age where Rabbi Feinstein and Rabbi and the Rebbe were in, and they would recognize that there was a big change in 2003. Complete that had been stored had surpassed analog. We're in a new age, a new these as a people, and if that means that someday someone to shul and combustion occurs and it's all pre-programmed, then that should be allowed. And people want to walk on Shabbat, even if they have a car, should be allowed to do that. But we should not that which the and ideas like a light getting turned on by a time or not at all. Those are just loopholes. Those are just in many ways. Don't use Roman numerals. You don't have to say the different sections. Extend it to make better arguments. Make sure that it has 10 on logic. The date approximately overtook analog. Please. Don't just cite the Halakha. Cite whatever the Halakha. There be a bunch of links to the cite whatever text it cites. And also, you should spell L-RD and also OD. It should be GD or just use Hashem. Please forget that. And also, what about in paragraph or in parentheses, the Hebrew, the transliteration, the Yiddish, all of that stuff that I told you to remember. Please remember that stuff. It's important. This is going to an audience that may not be familiar with the terms, and they shouldn't have to spend half of the time looking up words. It should have the transliteration, the translation, everything.
That you enjoy?
Yeah, well, they just follow them. You see their lives like it's like the realest that I've seen on in a long time. It's just real. It's like it's just transparent. You can't hide on hedges or gates and shit. Like people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, and it's like
You never get anything done.
but everything was right there though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two wrong. We picked two of these. Like more. times out of 3. But shit like that, bro. Like it's basic people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend on social media? You spend time is where you don't go on for days.
Oh yeah,
It comes from full days. You don't get no,
it's not. Whoa, shit.
Also, like wherever that national data thing was, that information gleaned.
Shit. Yeah, but yeah, I'm doing all right.
Pulls you in. The thing is, like, when you have days off,
Yeah,
my mind relaxes. So, stuff news. I can see what they're worried about. Totally different websites. The news is where we're at and stuff, but I don't.
yeah, they wanted to advertise recently or it's interesting.
What you say?
I said no. Have you like
Oh, it's still the New York Times. Still does excellent journalism.
oh yeah.
It's like it's so different. Not as something where they can have an ideological. It's just something they're doing with facts. It's great. The problem is like these corporations, like when Mary Weiss used to work in theologies, they want to like work in the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking.
Exactly.
And they have, and I don't want to hear from you guys.
Also, like the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people like describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standard that we apply to other countries, and that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money in these companies, so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV. Yeah, all mainstream TV news, election news, spoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. They're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising revenue.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto.
Also, especially like rappers, to sneers. Perhaps his opinion on halakhic rulings was correct because he was in the analog era, the time of the change of millennium, and Rabbi Martin and should absolutely be respected. This is that they were right in the age. That was a fine position to have, but in the digital, things have changed. That is fine, but for this essay, you don't have to as a so critique. That's fine. Just for words that aren't proper now. I should say you could still do it for proper nouns like the Beta Migdash. So perhaps let me change it to just people's names. You don't have to do it unless it's a nickname like the Vilna Gaon, the Chafetz Chaim, something like someone's name where the transliteration and everything is all the same as the English. You don't have to do it for that.
was like a like a crop company. Pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know. But now they're on a fucking group together. Yeah, but that's crazy. You want to throw Reiki on in there too? Throw some missiles in there. You guys get bio clock too. Bio Winchester. Bio everything. And just forgive us powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty. We're just poisoned. Guys are being chatty. Thank God we're chatty. Because like, you know, the ability chatty, who knows how people will be able to talk about things. Because if we just like think about what's going on, if we all had these weird times, maybe a lot of those people put it within the editor gets all editors got these things in fucking agenda.
We will do that. Steelman this even further. So Moshe Feinstein could see the brilliance of it.
That's the most important thing. I mean, if you're saying that this is facts, just the rock well. Yeah, also, she just keeps going deeper. Crazy well, dude. She might be. She's so funny. Her kids in there positive. So do you think she's right about that lady in France? With that thing on her? Yeah. Or at least used to have that thing. You got that thing on here? You got that Draco on her. I don't know. You know, it's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock. You never know. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? You like, wait, that's a guy. No, never met Blair White. She's been on the podcast for all my security guards. Hey, buddy. I seriously be saying that there. Dude, I'm looking for some cologne in today, man. I'm looking for some. I'm looking for some Blair White. Come on, bro. You're on an island? Bro. Let's go. Yeah, Jim Norton. Buy into that. Gosh, that's a man. Well, it's a transgender woman. So, make with what you will. So, if she wants to use the women's room, you know what I'm saying? You can call it later if you want. I'll go with that wall. That's what they call it in prison. Dude, I don't know if she's had the operation job. I don't, but I think, yeah, I'm saying, weird and you want to nah, yeah, you're playing a different game. Yeah. And it's crazy that people couldn't have these mental or emotional issues when we're being wasted time to get away from our nature. They just took that guy from Bulls. He said some shit. He's like, he believed just in like dating or whatever. Women, Adam and Eve, when they kicked the guy out. What? What are you talking about? When they kicked him out? More week. And like got that next another team or something like that. What did he say? Oh, what did he say? Okay, let's know what he said. We didn't hear what he said because that's how I need to know like what the full extent of his expression was. If they made you be a woman, would you do it? Maybe. Just saying if they said, whoever they are, yeah, it's non-binary people, them, they, them is.
They may recognize there's a real opportunity here to unite the people of Judaism by recognizing the new age and that change. Make the argument in there, and you can add this, that like steamships bringing many of our ancestors to the New World or other areas of the world had to operate on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and people benefited from that, albeit indirectly. That's a really good argument. Many of these steamships generated electricity.
On the same videos, tell an Instagram account of Mother, I don't know if her name, Ellie. Women's basketball coach at Notre Dame told another viewer, Catholicism is not the true doctrine of Christ, righteous to LGBTQ. That's
What my man said?
Ellie. The woman's false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation to Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. It's very non-specific. That's a lot of different things.
What he said, I saw what he said. I understand, like, he had his own views and that's what his thoughts on it, but, like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all these agendas, but they don't have, like, they push agendas that are push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't there one dude who was saying that the world's flat? They kept him on.
John Rippin, some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's old-fashioned American fun.
Hey, man. That's it.
Saying that LGBT, which one is that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them? Kyrie Irving, yeah. They kept him on, right? So there you go. When he gets suspended for saying that the world will take the vaccine, right? I'm just like others now. Well, he bailed on that flat earth stuff, though. I think it'll be late night. He was in here talking about it. Dude, it's fairs on. Yeah, fairs. What is what consciousness creates that woven into reality is responsible for its very existence. But I've watched quite a few videos of physicists who are trying to explain these things. And after 4 times, getting in my fucking brain. But I do a fair job of absorbing it. I see what they're trying to think. Those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment. It's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently. They're being observed than whether they're not being observed. It's very controversial segment of science. That's fascinating. Confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was once a lady that was in time, and I think, particles can exist in different places and communicate with different, they can exist and communicate, simultaneously in different parts of the world. It's called quantum entanglement, these parts. And the idea is that if you can get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, that everything is entangled. And that there is no distance between objects. That you can actually instantaneously be anywhere. If they can figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating and they exist one of the things about superposition, like a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist, they go away, and then they come back. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird. I would like to learn more about
That's the thing. Smallest, whatever the world and the universe is,
You didn't do it correctly. You are making things in the paragraph. Bold should only be for the title and please do it again. Start with the title and move your way down.
Just crazy this play persons that I've ever say that I'm this. It was one time dirt and water. He's fucking, how we not all, not us, and not this is how we behave.
because of light pollution. That's gold. Our place might be a feature. It might not be. It's something we don't keep chewing on that Lambo. A Rolls Royce Spectre. Guy with cars, the ceiling bitch. We need fun of real stars outside.
Are you sure this is part 1 and 2? Seems like it's just part 1.
Ceiling of your Rolls Royce. Oh, dude, never did see Rabbit in Miami. There's too many lights. Meanwhile, drive middle of the country where there's no commerce going on. You shut your car off and just lay in the hood. It's fucking magic.
It's a fucking big
Start over. Part 1. Please.
Space, right? We don't realize there's dark outside. Because we forget, like, not even like, I don't know. It's easy to not pay attention. It is. There's nothing to see. You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. Look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go, look up, oh, my girlfriend just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You know, you're in your world, right? You're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking space.
And the thing, dude, and the thing that, like, the crazy thing is sometimes if you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing.
Feels like
Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who has given up their time to be able to spend it with the coolest person on earth. What's up, big dog?
Yo. Doing laundry.
Oh, that's cool. Are we gonna watch a documentary?
Yeah, what's it called?
Okay, with watching bet it first. Is it okay? I don't know. Look at top documentary films. It's the number 1 on the top 100.
Alright, let me check it out. Man, I hate losing shit. Do you ever lose shit? Probably not.
I lose stuff all the time. Sometimes I have to go back my streams and see where I put stuff.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it is.
Man, that's so weird.
What's so weird?
For the stupid laundry. Oh, there it is. All right. There's laundry. This is empty. I don't think. Yeah. Sorry, make article on the
It's an excellent question. So am I tell the mudslinging that happens in the and online that happens where you have someone who has an idea, whatever it may be. They say that I don't know that William Montgomery is my favorite comedian of all time. Argument.
Um, yeah, we were saying that they're the number one.
Just talking about perhaps William Montgomery not even being the greatest comedian of all time, just really good comedian or somebody makes you laugh. So you have person A who says, I like her. And then you have someone who says, William Montgomery is misogynistic. He's racist. He is he is a person who not a good comedian. In fact, I don't like anybody who likes William Montgomery because of these reasons. And it's like, okay, Kim, not with words against him, but whatever it is you feel makes him racist. And you may say, okay, well, what made racist? And they'll say, oh, he's racist because he says, I don't know. And one person may say that is king of a certain. Another person might just say that's just how he is. He's from the South. He's from, and that's what he's saying. It's a different for that to be racist. Another person and are basically saying that he's a bad person that he does. I don't like him. If you are going to argue that whatever, it bothers that you are attacking him. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not attacking his argument. What are YouTube stream, but like medications that may be beneficial to horses are, but up until 2020, well, that people don't want to have. Just want to say that he's anti-dismiss. If you write an article out, Rogan says, not what you interpret him to be. Does that make sense?
It does. Is
the thing by just calling better what it is. There's an argument it's an ad hominem attack. So let me give an example. And a word, it depends on the context. So you might say Joe Rogan is a man. That's fine. But if you say Joe Rogan is a man and has a podcast, there's more there's more emphasis on that. Like being a man is bad. Like he has this idea of misogyny and the patriarchy, and so it can be interpreted both ways. By just calling him a man, for some people, I'm just defining of who he is. For someone who doesn't know, for someone else, they may say that there's all this kind of negativity around that. The same can be woman, you could say Nicki Minaj is male, or Nicki Minaj is a female. Okay, that's fine. But then other people could say Nicki Minaj is a female. Like, almost is like that emphasis about all the things about being a female, of beauty in their place. That's just a male. These types of are people who say reject not on the argument, but based on what they say. Does that make it does? It's not like triggered me to trigger it. I put out AI. I have really good things to say, I feel, and then having, like, I had a blog, or like I just had one really long blog entry. That's fine, but nobody's reading that. If I put out actual content that I like, that gets into the Google system, and like helps people who I am and what I do. And an overall reason why I do that. So I was going on Reddit trying to get somebody to talk about me, and I kept submitting subreddit spamming. I kept putting that, and they kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. Then eventually somebody put it on there. I just wanted someone to notice me, and so instead of saying, this is a tactic that Rabbi uses to be able to make people aware of his world peace project, they just say he's just a spammer, which is, I mean, it's true. I'm not denying that, but I'm more than that. There's a reason behind what I do. I just don't want you to click some link so I can drain your crypto account or hack into your system. I don't want that. If anything, I want you to come into my Discord and discuss peace with me. Is that so bad? Like, to me, one is nefarious and the other is quite righteous. And so when I read biography,
don't complain about the billboards on the highway spamming in their face.
That's true, or advertisements on their phone, or even advertisements on the radio. They don't consider it that.
Or on YouTube, every single YouTube.
Exactly. And you have to understand that marketing companies came up with the term spam. You want to know why it's called spam? It actually,
Possibly, yeah.
okay, so spam is, but it essentially is something that was used in World War II, and because they were, and after the war, they had like 10 years still available, all the potted meat, and so everybody got sick of it from like 1945 to 1955. So they call it spam. Like, thing that you had much of was called spam. And then in the advent of the email age, they didn't have a name, unwanted emails. So they started using the same term that they used the Cold War period and World War II as spam. They'd say it's spam email, spam address, all that spam stuff. And then marketing companies that rate themselves low quality advertising, they would call that advertising or marketing. It's called spam. And so it's all thrown into this this organized stuff that I don't want. And spam really good definition of. I'll tell you this: who send me messages about Mr. Beast's Bitcoin, and is that Mr. Beast sending stuff? No, but he pays firms to do them. Is Mr. Beast known as a spammer? No, because he's a big enough platform that people know what he does and why he's doing it. And also, he is in good graces of the marketing and advertising agencies. If you're in the good graces of marketing and advertising agencies, they call that self-promotion. If you're not, they call it spam. Does that make sense?
I think if so definitely anything that you can like, almost virtually anything could be considered spam. Like people walking down the beach, I didn't request that. Spam. Other cars on the road. Every tree on Earth, I did not request being there. Me surrounding me. So
I agree.
Yeah, kind of broad.
I agree with you. 100% agree with you. So anyway, I want to make sure that my online profile is more than just this person makes bots and annoy people all day. I want them to know that I have very important knowledge that they can learn about it is through these published. And if somebody thinks what I said was cool, they'll come in here and talk. I've gotten people who have read releases that I've put out in the past, and they've come into those types of discussions. That's why. So, knowing that there is a I don't not a form, but like a platform, like or something, and Google people to be able to get is really cool. I like that.
I just the documentary. I don't think my mom liked the Michael Jackson one.
Okay.
I have disco, roller disco one.
Okay. I'm down.
Sweet. All right. Who made that song?
Are you the 20th Century Fox?
Yes.
I'll look it up.
It's a hit.
Alfred Newman in 1933. Did you hear me, Riser? Riser. Say the Virgin Mary with 14% is there a 1 divided by 7 chance that Shabbat is being celebrated on the correct day, meaning there is an 86% chance amount. 1 divided by 7.
referring to young
also include that moreover, no matter what the Orthodox and Orthodox right, but they want their people to be together. And if this adaptation will bring Judaism, which means more people will live an Orthodox life overall and keep kosher and family purity and Shomer Shabbat, that is going to benefit the society or for the community. And that means there will be more Jews. And there's an argument to be made that they would all recognize the adaptation in the digital age necessary and unrecognized benefit is that we will have more Jews, a larger Jewish population. And that is going to be great for Judaism, especially Orthodox and Civic communities.
Were you watching?
Roller skating documentary.
Oh, okay. I was like, you like focus. That's what.
You need to say that children and people and everyone may listen to the video on Shabbat. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just done against the rules and knowledge of the parents. Television, they just left on there for 24 hours. Don't say that that's allowed. Just say done. And people sneak cell phones and all of their stuff. Before you do that, find out something very concluding section that says, that the Rabbbi and Einstein and Rabbbi Soloveitchik and the time and the Roma and all the other great saints had community standards that they were having to uphold and could not make a wild detour or anything that using comics on Shabbat knowingly. but perhaps someday will be a respected who is an example of patient and still integrate electronics without breaking from traditional Holocaust, and I can await that person. And when that person is found, it will have to be quite an event for the world, or the Jewish world. And same rabbi. So Vaychek, Rabbi of the Great Orthodox Rabbis. Trailblazer is a game in the digital age, and they were necessary, and was able to make the and use the knowledge to be a leader of Judaism in the digital age, one that has not arisen far, but perhaps be here soon. Come with God. to you. We want this to be perhaps 18,000 to 20,000 word essay. That because What up, Big Dog?
Do you watch it?
Yeah. Did you?
Oh yeah.
What were your
I like that one. That cemetery one. It was definitely a. Oh, do you use to describe the other one? Like
This one was as well. It was really beautiful. My opinion, like how they were able to capture. I thought the soundtrack to be. What happened this one aside from them just like uh, roller skating and telling about like how they were like showmanship and stuff.
what do you mean by that? Well, I think my roller just I had the van and was writing art of a magazine and was in the business side, and then the other one at roller rinks. Um,
Yeah, but they didn't do that about it, right?
right? They're just taking it off to England to I think tour or promote it. Some plan there, clear, but they're going there on this trip something.
Right, like that would have been interesting. Like it ended right when they shouldn't have ended it. That would have been.
That was a bummer. That was a hanger like that. And we don't know what happened on the first stop there. The roller disco vibe kind of ended. Certain reason why, because I was looking at the footage and I was like, damn. Sure.
Ability became big with roller skating rinks, and also the price of property. Big areas for people to skate. You need a lot of square footage, and at least we used to have property all went up, the road sold out. The crowds became smaller, and for the of the land to be able to sell it to uh, contractors and um, uh, building conglomerates basically was to the death something that like disco had like a kind of in like a lamb, somewhat out like a lion. It kind of there were certainly disco elements to the early 1980s. The idea is that you had a time where dance halls were really popular. The biggest one was more in the middle of the people from Andy Warhol, Liza Minnelli, to Mick Jagger. Everybody would go there. But these people, the owners of the club, and it's almost like anywhere in the world, you'll have a really hot club. So hard to go there. And then every single time, the reason why is there's a lot of insurance money in that, and nobody wants a club when you know it's just to accidentally have fire, and you collect on the insurance money, and then you start up another club somewhere else that becomes the hot place in town, and you keep doing that a few times around the city. Then you go to another city. It's like pretty well known that's what happens with a lot of clubs, or else the club just eventually dies and the owner has to sell. So the disco world was also a lot in drugs, and the there was a lot of pushback from DJs. A lot of people would wasn't rock and roll. It used synthesizers, like electronic music. People didn't see as having a skill, and there was also a racial element to it. A lot of people didn't like because they felt that was like merging a lot, and there was a lot of that. And so there were people who, and by the early 1980s, there was a new administration crackdown on many communities for drugs, and the dance hall doing drugs in a more public fashion, like what that which was been like that, which was being done in some of these clubs was seen as a direct conflict with the conservative administration, and it went away. They had disc nights at like ballpark. Everybody would bring a dash them with like a steamroller. They roll and like bands that, hey, these guys aren't playing their instruments; they're just flashy and singing and things. But I really like this. I think it's a really interesting part of Americana, and um, I like the music as well, and I like that black and white people together and were for the first time, like before, a lot of clubs merged these worlds.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was good that it was ending. There's a real bump happening to disco music. Like, I just don't understand. It boggles my mind to me that, like, really like I feel like. I mean, maybe shoegaze, but depending on my mood, it's certainly, yeah, just because it's so amazing. And it's like sad to me that that genre has been discontinued to some degree, or to a major. There's like still some people that are trying to do it still, but it's not the same. And it was really embedded in culture. And I did not know that the Bugs was like a big. It got shut up.
It was certainly a Nancy Reagan's Just Say No. The basic increase in the budget of the drug enforcement agency. They would do raids on clubs. There was a big push in the 1970s for disco movies. The big one, Saturday Night Fever, starring John Travolta, also has Fran Drescher and some other people in it. It took disco in the clubs and put it on the big screen. But just like any fad, it goes away. And then you had the birth of that's really from that. Um, the has a lot of in disco, specifically sugar.
Yeah, hip hop does not sound very similar to disco.
Early hip hop does. Rapper's Delight. It's from like 1981. It's the first.
Yeah,
So
but
that's not really hip hop. Here, I'll just get. What is the argument that early hip hop shoot of disco? The argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco rests on the fact that the genre's first commercially successful, such as Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight, sampled disco instrumentals like Chic's Good Times. That's what it is, yeah. And before the widespread availability of samplers, early rap producers hired studio musicians to record disco tracks or used disco records as the back for rapping, a style explicitly known as disco rap in the late 70s, early 1980s. Key evidence supporting this connection includes musical foundation. Early hip hop was musically the equivalent of disco plus rapping, utilizing the backbeats and mix structures common in disco to keep dancers on the floor. Cultural overlap. Prominent early figures like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, and Africa Bambaataa frequented disco records in the Bronx, and the Paradise Garage and Disco Fever venues featured disco rap tracks in their sets. Terminology and origins. The term hip hop itself was originally used by disc jockeys to describe the emerging style. First recorded, and its first recorded use of and the first recorded use of the phrase appeared in 19 in a 1963 disco song. Commercial necessity. Early label owners used disco backing because it suggests that Bronx youth funk charts free, and the techniques of extending break beats were turntables. Hip hop and technology like samplers and drum machines became available. The genre away from the disco template to develop harder exception was fundamental disco culture.
I agree with all that. I guess I was just saying like Wu Tang Clan. I guess early hip hop well read.
Yeah, Wu Tang Clan is a decade after that.
Yeah, but yeah, you would not say that Wu Tang Clan are disco, but they're super early hip hop, which is great.
No, I mean that's that's late 80s and late 70s.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's find out about why disco died. Reasons. Disco declined due to
the price of the building, or, yeah, like the real estate prices affecting it. I almost want to disbelieve that, but I like if a bar and a restaurant dance club can exist, then I guess roller rinks is that you need like 4 times
way bigger.
those
Exactly.
places, but because the dance floor, which is basically cash to that.
It's dollars per square foot, and the square footage that makes money is the bar. The dance floor, roller rinks, not,
Okay.
not somewhere more geared toward children, which might have like a food kitchen or food. Like there are, especially the Valley of Los Angeles had like 9. They had rinks. Those all closed because of um, land. Bowling alleys, again, same thing for these things. And on top of everything that's inside, imagine the parking lot has a lot of space. And you need ice rinks and bowling alleys have really closed down. There's one ice rink in.
Well, not in Canada. I don't know. In California, the ice rinks more popular.
There were when I was a kid. There were 9 ice rinks in the San Fernando Valley, and just 1.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now,
In Canada, I don't think we have that problem.
Well, you also have a lot of interest in hockey and just people in the United States. Hockey is maybe the 5th most popular sport of the major sports. It's even probably been surpassed by soccer. I don't even consider those to be that make aside from like Minnesota and like Maine, maybe Michigan, it still gets eyeballs. I'm not gonna say that it's not one of. I mean, it's considered one of the 4 main sports. But what I'm saying is that soccer is just growing in the United States, and hockey is, I mean, had moved cities as expand, then they have to move again. If the people love, they don't move.
I get it. People hockey in the U.S.
I'm not saying that. Some people do. It's just it's expensive of the sports of the, let's say, 5 major sports. It's really difficult to play in places like Southern California. New York City as well. That you can't
unless it's like Madison Square Garden.
I mean, you're talking about the New York Rangers who play there. You have to be a professional. They don't allow college hockey to play. They don't allow to play high school. Chances you're going to have to, I mean, maybe you could get some time on the ice. Well, Rochester, yeah. Other boroughs probably, or New Jersey, and but you don't need as much space, and there are courts.
Plus, like a positive thing to the roller ring thing because it's very low cost. Everyone can do it, and you can do it in small space. You don't need huge space necessarily. Like it could be a small outdoor thing like basketball court, basically wherever.
Well, another thing that hurt the roller industry in a major way, skating, rose to the 1990s, rollerblading, and then you got people do roller and play hockey. At times, you could do blade side a lot easier than could roller skating. Roller skating really smooth surface. You get a little bit more speed. Or like boardwalks and things are at least easier, so it'd be more activity. So you didn't need these places anymore. I mean, who wants to skate in facility? When you can just go to the boardwalk along the beach.
Yeah, I mean, in California, but I think still something about the like atmosphere that makes it fun and like stuff.
So why not?
Environment.
Why not just go to a dance hall?
I mean, you can't skate back and do all these.
I agree with you on that. And do everything.
That's fun.
Okay, but I'd make the argument that you can do more with an inline skate than you can with roller skate. You can go back.
As far as dance moves go.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
Just
I get go like access more terrain and go outside and go on the sidewalk and like that. But I think on the actual dance floor, people would still probably the classic or the quad setup.
how many were there at the peak in the United States today? Yeah, close though. There's some in Orange County. They of them have been replaced by housing, commercial areas. The valley north and really close them down. So here we go. During the 1950s golden age, we're in 5,000 in the there's about so they've had a 1/5 as popular in the United States, adding two, but
just the insurance price goes.
The payouts on across, but also across the world, people on the floor. And so they wouldn't necessarily over that. But in today's day and age, somebody spills a coin, slips on it, that's a slip and fall case to really cover. There is a duty of their staff that up to avoid that type of tort is what it would be. And if they get sued, there is opportunity that somebody really gets hurt, hits on maybe 100,000 or so, something like that, and a like basically the business, you want to make money as a business, and you could either say, all right, we have a dying industry, which is roller skating, where every single year fewer and fewer people come in, the price more and more and more, or I could just build houses on this, not even houses, not even mixed family usage, basically apartment buildings here, and I'm going to generate a lot more money every month. Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
It's become
everything's about money.
It's
Design a waiver that excludes like all drinks or crashes
No.
or like, whatever.
No, even if you did, a judge will contract to be unenforceable. So you can put anything that you want in it. You can say, we're not liable for anything. That's fine. A judge can find that to be
The business that like, instead of like frivolous lawsuits.
slowly but surely they are. Say we're not responsible because not that but a judge is
I mean, isn't a law in some places with no trespassing signs?
no. Okay.
You can get shot just by crossing the line.
No, that's a different story. The pub is under this hour. They have a roller rink, and the owner sends the waiver that says we are not responsible for anything. Shouldn't the people who have been damaged by the owner shooting be able to sue that owner?
Scenario than a spilled drink on the floor.
That's what it's become, though. Slip and fall.
Yeah, there's a scene in Better Call Saul where like he's driving home and like these skateboarder guys, and he wasn't really paying attention, and then a skateboarder he like hits the skateboarder, and then the guy's on the ground, and then the button was like, oh, like, faking being injured.
Right. I believe it or not, I have
like asking for like, money.
I have seen that. Doesn't he ask for money right then and there?
He's like, oh man, I don't want a lawyer or something. Just give me like $500 or something, and then the guy just called him out on a lie, like shaking it, and die away. Good luck scamming someone else.
Right, I have seen that.
Watch the or not, like,
no, I think I saw the first season. It's very, I got really into Breaking Bad. All of the seasons hadn't come. It's very good though.
Television all the time on MDB or something. And the creator of Vimon has a has some series like there's some. It's very strange. Like strange premise that like happen. Um, have you heard of that? It's called the most miserable that the world can happen.
I've heard it's very good.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I haven't seen such a Better Call Saul yet, but I feel like it couldn't replace
Did
that.
Breaking Bad?
Oh yeah, I've seen it a few times. I
You-
just found out the other day that Brian Cranston was in Malcolm in the Middle.
Doug, where the
I have
fuck?
no idea.
Where have you been?
I didn't go.
Either, but I knew I was like, oh, that's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. But I understand. I'm older, so I had the opportunity to see it, and both are American shows, so that's it.
Yeah. Um, but yeah. So from a business perspective, I mean, it's heyday as you have a bar, and they're charging admission to get in or whatever.
And concessions were really cheap in comparison to just like 10 cents, and still make a huge profit on it. All this is as well are news. If you are playing music enough people, you have to pay um, royalties on that. Let me today, yo, Doug, you're like at a bar, roller rink. I think you're. Yes, we played in pubs from ASAP, BMI, SESAC, and GMR. These licenses cover the public performance of copyright, including sets played by the venues, licensures that songwriters and publishers are compensated. While the DJ usually does royalties directly, they must ensure the venue is properly licensed. If a DJ performs at a private event, like a wedding in a space without a license, the responsible or the event organizer. So all of those licenses went up, but the big one is the insurance, in my opinion. Well, it's the real estate, but then insurance.
Yeah, and also the disco music itself, too, is also a thing, which I don't fully understand why the disco music stuff.
Oh, that's what I was reading. Why disco failed. So it died because of a convergence of overexposure, cultural backlash, and shifting musical trends. Oversaturation. By the late 1970s, disco dominated radio, pop, rock, leading to listener fatigue. Record labels pushed artists to adopt the sound, flooding the market with often low quality disco products. Cultural backlash. A significant angry reaction emerged from rock fans who saw disco as escapist, over, and a threat to rock's cultural dominance. The backlash was intertwined with racism and homophobia, as disco's roots in black and gay club culture. Disco Demolition Night, the influence in radio and record labels, pushing the music underground. Evolution not death. While disco receded into while disco receded from the pop charts by the post-disco, high-energy house and techno, direct pop, and night.
Yeah, like the jazz pissed off because polka is stealing its market share. So
They did it one time. Jazz, like those songs, big band, jazz, blues, they would push back, where they would destroy Elvis records. They didn't like uh, racially uh, motivated idea of people like Chuck Berry, Checker, and Big Bopper invading their home. And then British invasion, which it's anything that's foreign. That, that people don't like. I'm trying to think how inflamed, but we've become more of a homogenous society. But where would you get? Okay, here's one. Do you know what country is?
never heard of that.
Okay, well, there are like countries that country. It's like there was a big song like a year or two ago. I won't play it, but I'll just say it goes, "Oh ma, no, let me give another shot of ski." I don't know the lyrics.
Oh God.
Song I'm talking about,
Yeah.
and the fact that you have African American people who are country song stars bothers a lot of people. That's the biggest rejection. Okay, here's another. You know the dick. It's the chick. You know who I'm referencing?
I've heard of that, yeah.
War, like years ago or so. They took the very brave stance. War for radio, and their seats were crushed. And these women held strong, which is a really which is a brave thing that they did. At the time, many people did as they patriotic, especially with whatever.
Uh, I'm trying to think of a modern example of like music.
Here,
That was like personal things that he did.
okay, you're talking about a move uh, for okay, Kanye West. Okay,
People are trying to boycott a whole genre.
yeah. Today it's too big of a risk anymore, and people that is happily to people and speak up. Through the years, the big one, and since the Beatles, especially John, was rejected. A lot of the psychedelic rock was rejected. Peace and Love, the Birds, the Mamas and the Papas, that kind of stuff. In the 1970s, there was the 80s, there was a lot of rejection pop culture. One that stands out in my mind is Sinead O'Connor on Saturday Night Live ripped a picture of Pope and over his like non-action against I think like the abuse of children in Ireland. 2000, you had the Dixie or the Chicks, the people who made those stances. The early 2010s, people started to use LGBTQ world. I think there was probably pushback, but nobody major comes to mind who's like not backing that. Okay, but there's some like, do you know who
There are apparently a few modern examples of music in the UK, and a few kind of politically motivated ones as well, like in Iran again. The Women Life Liberty movement from some K-pop boycott thing. In China from some I'm not gonna read on, but and political critique in Zimbabwe. The sugar, yeah, I told you about the sugar man by the state of South Africa.
There you go. An interesting one that I guess it depends how big you are. But I was on canceled, but Michael Jackson was not.
Didn't I count something?
Doing that, but he didn't have like a litany of.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it comes down to money. Michael Jackson settled those documentary to see.
certain there's a much larger list.
I can tell you that I know exactly where I was in watching it, and I really didn't hear that much Michael Jackson music until he died, and then it was everywhere. It was almost like he got possessions everywhere and as much money as possible. I remember.
Oh, really?
Oh, it was.
Even before that, though.
He was super popular, but you didn't hear his music. That's what I'm saying. It just wasn't played on the radio. He didn't want to get watered down, but once he died, it was everywhere.
How does the radio water down the music?
Allows people to get sick faster. So, like the Beatles,
true.
at least in least in LA, you won't hear Beatles music on the radio anytime Sunday morning from like 6 a.m. because the Beatles catalog is too expensive to play. And the reason so say we don't be watered down. So we play it on the radio. However, if you want to play it early in the morning on Sunday on this one show that pays us a lot of money for our royalties. Aside from that, though, you won't hear Revolution. You won't hear any of those States. There's those. It's by Beatles on the radio in the United States. And the reason why is, and here's another commercials until like 1981. The Beatles in a commercial would, I believe, in like an Apple computer commercial. 1981 seems kind of early, but hold on. Yo, what's the Beatles song? It was 80 Nike. So they didn't let their songs be played from while they were together, 1960s, for like about 20 years. You didn't hear a Beatles song in a commercial. I'm not saying you'll hear it all that much now because it's really expensive, but you will occasionally hear Beatles songs in commercial now. You'll hear them on the radio.
That seems like a good problem to have if you're sick of your music. A little bit. I mean, because I like the exposure to it, but radio cycle like this song way too often.
And then you won't ever hear them again until they play. Or there's a formula to it that basically the top 40 is played. And there's like an agreement that if you're in the top 40 for pop songs, you'll be played once per 3 hours on the radio for like a certain number of, and then once you move 40, you won't. It's not like, yeah, remember this song from last? It's like popular now, and then they move on to the next thing.
I was my mom watching random crap on the internet.
Excellent. All right. Well, I want to watch. Come back.
We might actually play.
Okay, we'll come back. Let's watch a documentary. Here, Mama Riser.
Conscious. The universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere. Well, you would think if they're all placed there and they started there, it would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something. You know? Like I'm not like something magical or but something that we need. Because most of the way that everything was kind of is the fact that the eye put together and operates the way that it is, the fact that they have like moles and parrots, and that it all happens. And we kind of neglect it. He's like, maybe they want to think, maybe help us. Do you think we invest it? The big government. Or do you think they know we have visitors and there's something wrong? Because there's something, it feels like something's going to happen soon. Perhaps was okay. Special. That if I went, when I go fishing, I'll check in and see who the president of the lake is. Fuckers with a fake fish mouth on their lips. Drop it back to Mars. I don't care about bass. They're so below me. Right. I don't think like bass. Right. So the idea that aliens come down here to lead people, I shit, like, leave that guy alone. I'm not interested. Maybe they might visit military. They find nuclear weapons base. Maybe I would go to that because they probably nuclear armament. They probably go signal. They probably would visit those places, but would they interact with the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. What if they could be assured of their safety? Maybe. It's possible. I don't think we're alone. I don't think that's silly. I think the idea alone is made like, well, paradoxes. Yeah, it's like if there are aliens, and there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planet seconds since the Big Bang? No way. I swear that I think I'm smart. Is it crazy? Why did this is just ask. Yeah, this gives you instantaneous information. I mean, it's pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information you can go to somebody to get it, but now it's like everybody has to go to everything. Communicate AI. Here it is. Are there more in the observable universe than seconds have passed? Oh, the Earth. So there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. You wrote stars. What did you tell? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah, not more stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not the Earth formed since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes, by current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang. The crazy thing is, a lot of kids nowadays. That's crazy. There's more planets in the universe than seconds passed since the Big Bang. So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest, and like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, and get it done right. You know Terrence Howard, the actor? Yes. He had a very interesting theory. And he's an interesting guy. He's very intelligent.
intelligent guy. Not educated about life. There's ejections from stars, and they'll coalesce and become planets. And the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life evolves, a natural thing that's all over the universe, that these planets get people, and as they get further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable, and those intelligent creatures on that planet become more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of without they become interstellar. They develop like their own sustaining environments. I think that's what's happening. Well, I think that's going to happen. It's a part of really that they're supposedly for guys. That's what. How many days do they do? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days, and they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972, and it's happening today, and no one cares. That's kind of weird, right? Yeah, kind of weird. Right? And whenever that's part of that is really been doctored pretty heavily. That doesn't even find like a big mess in that. Like that's the part of myself that I want to find more of. You know, it's very weird. It's very weird to become dull to like fascinating things. Like also, do we even believe it? It's like if it's real. It's like so much of this shit you see these videos. Like it's not even real. They just said like the Iranian protests or something, like the happiness of the street. They were just like that was not even. It was totally. They were filming. And then there was one that saying was older, and we found out no, it's not. It's actually those current people. Like, well, how many people are scared doing that because they don't want to get killed, including like major public figures, to show that no one. Favorite. It isn't like they killed this like championship wrestler. You know? Did you see that they don't know that there's conflict? Like, or no, did you see, sort of since I'm did you that there is some issues about the bullet with that guy? Well, I see the way people are talking about it. I don't know, because what I was saying is that they were under rifle. My issue with it, I'm no expert, but I have shot. I've shot things with rifles. Yeah, 6 big round. Show me an image what it hurt to hit you. Experts Tyler Robinson's ballistic. His name is ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying, right? So, show me an image of a 6 round, 30-0 6 right round. I want you to look at this. Okay, 6% 308. It's a fucking paper. This is a right there. He just said it. This is meant for war. Yeah, that's what a 30-6 in comparison to a quarter. So look at it. So a quarter is about that high. It's about that. That's a big round. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like it's a very common round. Let's see. Give me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. I'm just certain Win Mag better. Let's see the difference. Okay. There it is. 300 Win Mag on the left. 30-06 is bigger. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which though? Show me that one far left. Far left. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-06. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit of powder in it. See, so it's a bigger round. But my point is big round. So like 300 Win Mag's a big round. 306 is slightly smaller, but it's still that's a lot of powder in that boy. That's a lot of powder. That's what a lot of people have an issue with is the wound. There was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck. If he killed you out, would you feel pain? Yeah, I feel like he was dead almost instantly. You know what I mean? Left his body. I think it would have blown a whole lot back. That's the thing. It's like millimeters do that sometimes. It just doesn't. It seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole. Yeah. It seems weird that you're shooting him and the image of getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole. So it doesn't look like it's that round. Climbed on the roof with it, and then assembled it, which makes sense because if you assemble the scope up and the scope back on, stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden.
I know you're talking about the Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was just talking about that. I don't have anything about that. All the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that be able to do all that and get off the roof and also
yeah, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again in his backpack and
let's was it a dare shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen.
It was weird. And then also his family's fast.
Yeah.
They were saying that no, he didn't get fast.
And we haven't heard
his family said choose correct now one future in life. Like I'm not saying he did it, I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, but making that shot, and the video of Big Down when he's hopping down. So what's happening? Get up there. How do you see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense, but a biggie is the actual bullet hole that the actual rifle does. But here's another thing: guns do weird things sometimes. Let's do weird things, and sometimes maybe a fucking center spinal column and it did go out the back. It's possible.
Have we seen how they get released any information about it?
I don't know.
You would think that
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical. The news is compromised. The news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And other places can put out news that's bad for us. That we'll put this out there at sure because disguises information. But did you see the third thing?
No, that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I hadn't looked at it. It's going to hit you in the neck. How do you know where the mic's pointing around? You go
That's a good point. Like on his shirt at a specific spot. But yeah, you're right. How did you know? But
it sounds like a shot, though. And
there's a delay between the gunshot in terms, and I think suddenly the shot was taken from based on the sound. You know, if that is the round that they use, based on the sound of the gun going off and the amount of time before it impacts is measurable. And they think that it might have been 40 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling that should while I was out elk hunting. What town did it happen in? I'm not sure. It was in Utah. Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town. Yeah, I'm regular Utah. I like Utah. I was in Utah. Was hunting in the mountains. I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people. Like I had to get online. Oh wow, I got a Starlink. It's like I like Starlink. It's like fucking laying on the ground. You get high speed internet. It's incredible. That's cool shit. Yeah, but that's how I had to like legit find out what the fuck. Like, did you see there was a in Tennessee where they bought the whatever the mic, what the microphone, where they made the lapel light that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something. It's TikTok. It's a conspiracy theory and something that's absolutely true. I heard it all. I think James Lee said, I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't know. I agree. It just, I think I don't know. It's just so. My point of the round is that it's a large round and it seems like it would have done more damage. And yeah, I agree with that. It's not. I saw it and I'm like, oh, you got shot. And then I heard it was 30 on 6, and I was like, that's interesting. It's a little odd. If you get shot by what would you like to get? Right? I don't. You knew the 22. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that thing kills people. Where did that? Shot. How do you like? What? Cheek. 22 and the tighten up. And the but the point is, like,
that comes around. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that. Well, it's okay if you're wrong. Things. If it hit, the whole thing's hard, dude. Did you see the part game they were talking about with that big blue? Well, okay, understood. It may not be brought up, and it's like, yeah, what do you? I just 18 people on a counter. Or after the deadly explosion, Rocks, Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to session. Facility on the line of Humphreys and counties that processes ammunition and explosives. The conspiracy that this place to be like an explosion. Piece of information that was going found that. Is that James Lee? Not sure. See if you could play. Has to say he's my number one source of information. That's what I heard, dude. I got to meet him, dude. Is he cool? He's a nice guy. He's like. What he is, he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones, right? And he just, when he couldn't say it, but he never said it. Right. And he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, "Okay, we stockpiled from the first vaccine," but he said they still had bullshit because they had this first, and they still had more original vaccine, so it was just like a. Let's sell it back to him and why. And so he started skeptical. So he started really getting skeptical out of it. And he said he just wants to, like, things that he feels like are not are true. Here we go. Where? I don't know. Yeah, I've heard. That was a thing with that. People who doesn't seem like yes. Yeah. That was. You want to have like a family and just like think that everybody. That would be nice. Getting about ideologies, tribes, the ideas that we should all be able to live in. It's like the problem is it's not fair the way the world's distributed. About 50% of the world. $34,000. You make $34,000 US dollars. We're in the 1% of the world. Yeah, that's crazy. Get cheap jeans, an iPhone that only costs $1,000. Somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work. Yeah. Bro, you know when you're working at a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof. They just put nets up. You got a problem. That's not a fun word with the nets, guys. Yeah. Oh, right. The net again. Yeah. Dumb motherfuckers. The lunch break, they just have the net marks on their face. Tried it. It's just things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're take it's not the regular people, like it's the governments, man. 100%. It is 100%. Because it was just people. We all figure out how long. In the last, you don't think those people down. So those people are the those are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. Those are the other. You decide the other group. Yeah. Versus that, the same transgender who's a primate, Taurus. Away, all telepathically, because no one's gonna. No one's gonna have a leg. Fascinating mind. So your mouth gets just get, and you're gonna get all your food,
was like, you don't have to go to a restaurant and eat chicken. It's not going to straw. Get all the nutrients. When the sludge makes feels like an orgasm, you take it. That's what you get. You take it while there's but you get that phase. The first is Ricky. Yeah, I said that one. Oh, that's delicious. That's a professional one. Yeah, this one is like outdoorsy, but it tastes outdoorsy. So we pulled it to the gas station. Oh, the gas station were hot. By myself. Yeah. Take your hair and blow it into my shirt. That's what I wear. Just so we can look over the top and cover up like a mole. Hey, Joe, like, where's something? Give me some like, where's something that to keep us in the best chance to feel human? Because one day you go to a museum and you smile. Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to hold each other. I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag car. We've been attacked, and it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to say, this is a gift. This incredible country, this incredible time in history. And I'm not saying this is the U.S. government, it's tyrant, or every government that is in control of the military, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant, whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now, keep them on the street and use the internet. The problem is people in power. It's people. Yeah, people generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving, desperate, and obviously dependent upon how you grew up, what you were exposed to when you were young, and what kind of harms did you have to see in a world where the cartels run everything. Yeah, did you see that? Those kids got what they had, like, they were playing doll, just the trauma. If you lived in that place, October 7th was not fun, even back then. It was home. Well, there's an attitude of the Israelis have that it's all theirs, Well, dun dun dun. Exactly. There's a dude named Mike France, not the same stuff. So, at the Accurate Energetic System facility in McGuinn, Tennessee, the blast estimate 20,000 pounds of explosives, killed several others. It's a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspirators allege that AES was of the miniature shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 development
Department of Defense contract awarded AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demo weeks after Charlie Kirk's death has fueled speculation that it would and eliminate personnel with knowledge technology. So it's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's the problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying I'm right and they're wrong. My problem is I don't see that thing explode. So that microphone, I don't gun, and the gun goes and see. If it's small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to develop something. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder, that doesn't sense to me. Yeah, looks like that thing. Yeah, I mean, it's close to his neck. I mean, it seems odd to do that without fire. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology I'm not aware of. Let's find out that you could have a projectile thing like a fire. I don't know. Stuff. Yeah, the hip tube. Right. They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably. Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look up. That's crazy. Again, films. Again, Christy Nolan's husband. Oh, yeah. He had the murmurs on him. Was it really just like a Halloween? That's what I thought it was. Probably. And there's some other ones where he's kind of lipstick. It could be he was fucking or something like that. They got a hold of his face and a lot of this you can do. Because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds your laptop, like I gotta explain. I gotta just fucking around. I was doing one from every color. You know? Yeah. You don't want the gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. I mean, was that one? What was one? I forget. Dude, how great was that show? Did you love it? Really great. Dude, our neighborhood afterwards, it painted my street. Dude, we go out there in person. Carol, that show was great. What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I thought. It's like hundreds of messages before I sent my 3 months. Oh, Christine, no. Yeah. Did she just hit like or something? Hundreds of messages. I'll trade the fun. Just worship like God is telling her to a girl. Before asking if he should, is this real? The detail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Boston. Oh, that was published. Something where not just let go, but involved in a scandal. Is this some sort of scandal? Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know, but well, like who's that actor right there? He looks like a little better. That's all it is. So how do we know you got tricked easy, bro? Joe has got tricked. Bro, I don't think they're. No, I mean, I thought they were like a fake one that you were thinking. So supposedly this letter that you send girls that you make me dress up like a girl, but I guess scandal. At a certain point, forget about out what she's let go for and what campaign fund scan to do something with millions all of a sudden this happens. You gotta get a little suspicious. This day and age? Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercial she got in trouble for because it's like they hired like someone she didn't they like she was riding a horse. Okay. Right, the thing about the money being inappropriately spent. $100 million. $100 million or 20 million. Let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Do you think that things would be any relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans had no at the one? Or do you think it's all the same? It's a good question. Do you think it's all the same, like gymnastics, like running the string off funded the war?
So a 200 firm topic to Christy Noem secretly VHS AdCom. Okay, for 2020 week. But you know,
And I'm not even a gay guy.
right, but now, I'm not saying that he's not, right? He might really be real. Let's let him cook. Maybe put on legs. I mean, he might have auto kind of failure, right? So, but also, that might be coming probably a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's scary, too, because it's like,
who knows? We don't know anything about the case, right? We don't know anything about the money missing or his fake.
yeah, I never had no fake tits. I've done some weird shit here and there.
He's got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
I agree. But he's in that, constant perpetual state of having to one up something more ridiculous every time.
Do,
When he started bombing Iran, I was like, yeah, I know, it's real.
and it's like, just stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to.
That's gross. In front of the button. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
This was found out by like a piece of mine. But if they can find this out, then obviously hostile intelligence services are the officer working while he. We should find this out. A former CIA officer. Polymer hostile intelligence source. They approached the person and said, with us, suppose if you don't, you will. Suppose online. Someone came across it. But he might be freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
I think a lot of those people that are involved in the government are freaks. They want to be in power.
It's all crazy. We just have to find a garden that you can have. Blueberries, Annie Grove.
That's
Excellent. One blueberry.
during the congressional hearings, Christy Noem, Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude? I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy. Yeah.
No kidding. Let me see a photo of him.
Mother ever, dude.
She's pretty hot.
Oh, this is different.
Oh, so that guy.
CeeLo ain't shit.
Supposedly, allegedly, who knows? But when money gets missing, don't get tossed around and throw your house of cards, baby. I think that's probably the most accurate way how the government works.
Yeah.
It was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, dog, we gotta wrap this up soon. Things I gotta do. Are you gonna go out tonight? Are you going back?
I might stop.
Boys, in theaters, 17, well, 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming to talk about it. Me too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really fun with you and David.
we tried. We did a good job.
I'm sure.
He's so funny.
It's gonna be awesome.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Come by tonight. Let's have it.
I'll come by. I have a show tonight.
Where are you
I'm at this movie theater.
at? In the movie. Okay. I'm being there.
Okay, I'll come by and say, all right. Good to see you. Jamie, thank you.
Us boys, April 17th. Go watch it. We love you guys.
Fancy. Getty Lee did his Norman Reedus drive the country as motorcycle pizza for people. I did his thing, went on the boat, and a couple
What up, dude? So, listen, right now, and I want to say, stop what you're doing, everyone. Click out of this and watch my new hour. Actually, watch a new hour. Yeah, I scored, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, oh, dude. And then I just did a new hour. I'm never gonna do that again. That whole put it out. So I just put it out, dude. John Johnson. Dude, I like Tubi. I'm your TV show on there. Go watch it right now. And then watch Chris's. Well, you kind of hijacked my thing. I think I spent my hour is to go check out, and then you can go check out Brendan's thing. I'm talking about this for years. But I actually get it. So I have a new, finally, new one. I want to talk about this actually a little bit. Go down, look at everything. Yeah, the tour dates on there. There's gonna be more. Oh wow. Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah. I want website too. Probably. I wouldn't know. Chicago, Little Rock. Oh, yeah, man. Dude, I always want to meet St. Louis. Here we go. It's called the B-side. You do the B-side. I call it the B-side. Why? That's an interesting question. Short story, though. Not your best joke. No, that's not it. It's B-side because I did produce it. You know, I just get together. I usually do. And I was like, I'm never gonna do it. I'm just gonna put it up. And material is, I think I'm getting better and better, but it was great. But I just call it the B-side because it seemed raw and like that. And to go like, why did the B-side? This is so good. I'm like, no, it's just, no, it's good. Hey, terrible. Listen, Eric. Think people are gonna think. No, you're wrong. You thought that? Mark thought that, and the person that commented thought, hey, come on, man. Mark, you're on my side. No, no, but not because of that. Because you go, overreaction. Hey. No, it's good. Anyway. Yeah. It hit the. You see the Tubi Flex tweeted, we're. I love brands fight. I know what Tubi is. Oh, you did? I don't know. When they brought it to me, I was kind of like, yes, Tubi has photos. I had no clue. Tubi's great. I actually like Tubi because you can find some gems on it. I feel like Tubi just has what I like about Tubi is nice sometimes breaks. You get to like check. Snack. Yeah, I agree. You just get a break, but true. There's no the reason why I free, like, can't you pay? But the thing I like about you, so you want that free, you're gonna be able to see the same shit. Like, it's not like there's like Like, oh, you can't see. Oh, right. Right. This would be creepy. No, just like, if it's on, can't give a like chicks on there. Yeah. Well, yeah.
All is one of my faves.
What is that? Where's
Wow.
Brendan, I watch it. It's awesome. We work on it. It's just better. You guys did a great job.
Yeah, we get some boys that shop for Motor Trend and Ford.
Yeah, no, it's
They
great.
are good though, son. But thank you.
Why didn't you tell him? Yeah. Why do we have to have on Tubi? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I don't like it either.
You know how it is, boys.
Yeah, no, you know what? You never know what the
This
fuck.
happened quick.
It's like it didn't happen that quick.
No, I shot two. That's what you more. No, listen. I shot two. No home for. There's no.
So I understand.
And then month before, like, yo, Tubi wants to buy 4 episodes. We need 2 more. So the week before it came out, I knocked out 2 episodes. And then they're like, yeah, it's just a test trial. So, I don't talk about it.
Yeah, you never know. Right, yeah, I get it.
My agent did because they were, he was looking for original content. Because we were planning to shoot, like, I don't know, like smaller episodes for YouTube.
Yeah.
And my partner, Steven, who's from Philly, Georgia, I was like, yo, listen, I can't dedicate a ton of time to this and take away what I'm doing unless we start making money. I can't restart a YouTube. No, I get it. And then my agent was like, good. Voice back in.
Nice. Oh, good.
That's it. What I feel like.
Well, you can be on it. Yeah, but Tubi's like,
I think Tubi's marketing, and I was like, a lot of people have Tubi. They're like, we're number 2 behind Netflix. You fucking idiot.
well, I mean, they're going at 3 because of YouTube. Well, yeah.
Alright.
I'm just saying, YouTube's number 1, and it's not even close.
They already have.
They used to do that, right? To whatever.
They used YouTube Red. Right?
Whatever happened with that? It's because this is free.
They don't need to do
So
it.
then when you start going on, it would be like if Instagram started charging $20 a month even just to use it. People would be like, I'm out. Right. That's fun. It's like YouTube is like, they're like, but they had some good stuff. Yeah. There was just like, but you know what?
It just never got picked. It just never got picked up. It started getting momentum. I've been seeing people who've been in there since the live show.
Oh yeah.
Dude, my mom, I got off stage. My mom goes, she just got out of her cancer. She's cancer free now. And before she got the surgery, before she goes into surgery, I was on stage trying to have my phone. Hey, my only request is give me a live shot. This is her favorite shot. Your Hands Got Wild, Fighter the Kid, Shop Show, and she's a fan, but she doesn't watch any of it except for this. She loves Chris. My mom, before she goes in for cancer surgery,
By the way, if I don't know. So we're happy for you that you have very well on the shop, and thank you.
Yeah.
For birthday this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Still. Yeah. Still. When you start doing this here, you start such a like, yeah, that was crazy. That was hilarious. Yeah, no, because my dad gets this guy like shit. That's my dad. Family, you know, yeah. All them but different. Yeah. After school, yeah, I get what you're fucking with. But then I see your mom. So, yeah, somebody or something like that. I think you feel like this, but no, my uncles all came out, and my uncle, one of my cousins, my uncle's son, Calvin Devin, Calvin, doesn't really probably remember that we met them like a year ago. Now, but yeah, he just turned 6. Bro, I know. So he's got a 10-year-old. No, it's unbelievable. But so Pop, that's went over to the house and we hung out with the uncles and all that stuff. We drove home. And it's like we have 5 pops. Because so much there. Yeah. And I was like, oh my god, that's so funny. It is. Like, they're just coming over, and then later on, he's like, are the pop-pops coming over? Like, but, that was so cute. Asking for everyone to stay. That's really funny. That's cute. It's like that. You know what that is? That's one you keep in your mental Rolodex. So when they get older, they understand, and you can go, yeah. That's hilarious. Like Tigers team won the championship the past 2 weeks. And the coach is like, teachers are like, dad, I'm like, that's a grown. Oh, that's hilarious. He's not sleeping in your fort tonight. Yeah. That's something to bring up. Okay. Alright. And you usually have Mexican wine, so. Yeah, correct. They don't do that shit. Babysitter. He's 20. Okay. So. Wait, one day. Well, hold on. Before you go on, scale 1 to 10. No, we gotta do that. Just bring us. I need some context. Alright. Just someone's. Eric, just tell me this. Is she a warlock? No, we can't even do that, bro. Now for them. Okay. Hey, but here's the thing. Got it. So here's the thing. First problem. It's not a problem, but Wolf doesn't call her name. Like, so she had. I'm not gonna say her name, but then he called her. Wolf she says nice. He totally did that. He totally like, nah, Fifi. Yeah. So now we're like, I took a break. Yeah. Where do you say, so-and-so's coming today, and he's like, athletic, shorting. So Rachel and I are laughing about it. What do you mean by yourself? Yeah. She said, Rachel's like, yeah, we were laughing about it. And then the next thing I know, Rachel is, yeah, so I asked the guy. I just thought it was so funny. Well, because it Rachel was like, they're sneaky like this. We're
joking. Yeah. The joking conversation. She was like, huh. Well, yeah. I don't know if I, yeah. Well, it's more because you were more with the kid. Who knows? Listen, when you're, I just, being a comic that's happening in the world, in society and everything, immediately, it's like, I saw her, and immediately I was like, another clue, she's not a warlock. Good morning, yes, she was in shape. Swim puppies at the front. I can already. But the thing was, I just thought it was cute. Like, yeah. One thing, you in a great relationship when something that wife doesn't like, okay? Before, when you were like, she was like super insecure and whatever, then it didn't turn them out into a thing. I don't want that around my husband. Yeah, I mean, I think, and I laughed at it, I was like, I would never. Like, this is not, like, Arnold said the same thing. Arnold did the same thing. Yeah, and then he said, yeah, but Arnold, you're like, in the 80s. In the 80s? I don't know. Yeah. This is mine. She was so she was busting. He was like, what? No, someone has to take care of this thing. Mine. Anything that's mine, they have mine. Yeah. Or he. Yeah. No, but that's all I'm there. I guarantee you his wife, the thing he hated the most about that situation, that he did, that's the kid, and she looked like that, right? It's just like, come on, dude. I'm not gonna get a kid in a second. You don't even have standards. Yeah. It's like you got punched up. There's that, but also the kids so much more like Arnold, and he has his genetics. He's jacked and handsome. The other kid is like the main kid. It's small. It's like small. It's like I had the same dad. I first met Callan. I didn't get one. Your bits. Come on, go. I still want your bits. That could have been 20. Come on, kill me. Come on, kill me. I want to get to. Now go on. I mean, like, come on, do it. And I walk in, and when I say 8, 10, like fucking 10, I don't know. Well, yeah, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't hit it. Let her go the next day. The next day, like this is really. So how did they do, Jim? First of all, she ain't gonna do the job right. Kanye, the work is this chick doing? All right. You just. I'm just saying, you want your assistant. Listen, she's my. She comes into play. You want your assistant to be like a go-getter. Yeah. It's like you need a right flight. and I can say this. No, she's great. Right. It's the same as going, oh, the chicken wings are great. Yeah. Oh, you'll be surprised, you know. You can't. Yeah, it looks like she says, wait, what? We don't have a reservation, sir. Are you here? Wait. I used the app. Yes. There's beautiful timepieces out there that are like, go get them. Then you're just like, yeah, that's just a bonus. Right. Yeah, well, also in this day and age, Penny isn't really the one you want. Happy. The looks, you know, or it's fine if they're nice looking, really dress appropriate. You know, like, you know, I don't want some nanny being like, yeah, which you're just, you know, I just feel it in my mind. I always think arrangement, right? That's enough. You know, there are people like that. Look at that. Yeah. But that is because of the story. Yeah. I mean, but what I can know is like, you're like, what? If I see another person's 22-year-old in a bikini, I'm looking like, who's that? You know? Yeah. I'm like, if like a stranger wasn't there, I'd just be laughing my ass off. I'm like, no way. You're like, that's like, that's why anytime. Anytime we find they are fucking dating to be whatever you walk around. It's like 2010. That's like the kid. This is how we would be looking, and then right, so they would be yeah. You know what happens? Like they would have to do that. They wouldn't like, and you would hear it in your head too. You know, so that like this, but in your head, it's like, yeah. Jesus. The bathroom peeing, not even with her. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. But hey, listen, maybe that's like, you know, whatever. You know, I don't know how to. There's a difference between having a nanny or babysitter that's a good looking person than if Chris, because honestly, my nanny isn't a attractive person. But actually, she wears stripes, you know. What you just said is like, there's a I don't know, because my dick's defeated. I understand. Well, that's your problem. I understand. However, and that's what we're doing. You give us a like, hey, don't bring this. Don't bring this over and go like this. Yeah. Don't make me smell them. Yeah. Don't bring the, don't you walk in the keep it on. Oh, it's going to be a toy hour. Nice outfit. Yeah, you're just like, no, but I knew you said that. Oh, so this ain't. Pull up to a thing and then your friend jumps out and goes to the liquor store. He's like, what? What happened? I didn't even. That's hilarious. That's what that is. But it's like, it's the activation. And if you don't know what we're talking about, go F yourself. Monitor in history knows what you're doing. Still in the wrong. Oh, yeah. You and Juliet. Oh, yeah. It's like the guy. You got four guys carrying the couch, one guy. That's exactly what it is. It's you know, so that's all, you know. Anyway, all right. Good subject. Marathon gas stations. Every stop you can get with Marathon Reward at any time. Saving up to $1 per gallon. Stations are packed with all the conveniences. Stock up and live life on the go. Marathon.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. This system is free. Interstellar. The TV show Survivor, SpongeBob, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Pluto TV is always free.
I haven't now. Okay. Don't ever do it. All right. This is the key bar. I should have pulled it circular with my head. Sign is like a circle. Come get rid. The thing is showed up. It's like this. It's crazy. So this is the thing. You know how Amazon does this? First time they take a picture of the order in front of your door, whatever you know. Okay. They did the driveway. In the middle of the driveway, and I go, right, sure, yeah. So maybe I came up with kind of, I just look at it. It's already cold, I must just the picture. I guess the guy opened the way through this. Wow. I mean, that's why. Yeah. It's like, they just threw the shit. Are you kidding me? Right, exactly. It could be, he was just irritated to drive up this, all of it. You know, I was like, I can't stand when people, I take the job serious. They don't have a job. They don't have a job by tombstone, you know? If you didn't take your job serious, don't be fucking remembering me. You're job. Of course. But my God. But don't you get out on the job. Yeah. Go home and meet your wife. You want yourself. You swear you don't want. Now on the job, you gonna make it worse. Right. Did you read any of the order? No, he shot one. They shot one of his own. He said before I they're refunding the attorney. The description's not right. They've been having issues with this. So I was like, 100%. Because none of them work. None of them work. 1,000%. But you got that on Amazon? Oh, I used to buy it twice. No, that's true. That's a good one. Yeah. So that was my situation. Wow, that's to go. Eric brings very good topics. The best. Yeah, he's the best. Interesting thing. Oh, by the way, let's talk about the line for it. Okay. So, I'm not going out. You don't know what it is. Before you go on, favorite part was that dude Austin. Hey guys, just gonna freestyle up there. I'm worried for you guys. I went, oh, buddy. I feel like she was saying this. You know, she didn't say that. Austin awake. Hey, the guy who. Oh, that's it. issues I have going to our fans, so you know that I'm shitting. About what? You're supposed to be dinner. Oh, right. And you just disappeared. And I literally got shitty. And I'm on my phone. You know, I say, you never. Later, you're like, that's on the page, right? Okay. Oh, you know who never even was like, hey guys, I'm probably not gonna make it. Yeah. You know, Rogan's taking us to some secret jujitsu. Now I have. You don't never hit us up. I'm gonna let him. I wanted something though. No, go ahead. Like, it's just like an addict. And he's not coming to dinner with us. But you should have just not even. Yeah, the fact that he's like, well, we go to dinner. I'm like, just ask. Get him. Come on, dude. No. Yeah, there you go. Walk in front of the camera, then I come back. I said, oh no! I said, oh no! She's mine! It's sort of the Hitler impression. Yeah. The Hitler speak. So, doing that right now, check out a new web. What did you get? Oh, you got a cyber. It actually looks cool. I want to make it. It's electric. Yeah, my friend.
What up, big dog? What up, big dog?
Which one is that?
Where should I invest my $4 in the software?
Generally, you can't buy a sock with $4.
Why?
It's situated though.
You're asking why you can't.
Not demand.
You're asking why you can't invest $4. You can't. Usually, you need to create an account, and they've got like fees and stuff. So maybe you just buy cryptocurrency.
How do I buy crypto?
Get a wallet. A popular one is Rabbi wallet. Another one is um, Uniswap.
So,
I don't want your.
what? How do I know? Is worthwhile?
Everything's a risk.
Because RAM prices are going to go down because
There was only one time.
Isn't a guarantee, my man.
sales.
Wow, dude. Fucking smash. To infinity, smash it to infinity, right? Oh, dude. 6. We're lucky if it's 6.
Oh, fellers. There's in Texas, it's 4.
Yeah, well, but by the way, it's still hot. Yeah, that's all. If it was like $3 here, we were like, God damn, $3? You go out of town, you get local something like that. Yeah. But $50. Yeah, like if they would pay you for gas. Yeah. But anyway, I don't know if it still got it, but yeah. I don't know. It's not like I just wanted it. It should be no congratulations. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry you have to make this pain. Right. That's what our new house. Congratulations. I was like, house. But yeah, you didn't build it. Yeah, no, house makes kind of sense. House is different than a home. Yeah. Car is just like, what do it? No, there's a big deal. Yeah. You know what? I think it was a big deal for sure. Remember when? Can I talk about this here? I don't know. Remember when limos were a big deal? I saw limos the other day. Get over limos. It's wild. I saw a limo and it was like, okay. This used to be like the thing, luxury. You're not in the limo. It's like this is how much money. Like now it's like the silver black. Now it's silver black.